We are live at Colectco for tonight's Facebook record sale, etc., etc. This isn't Facebook, this is silver, coins and knives, sorry. Let's see, let me go get my comment. Thanks for joining us tonight. Should be very, very interesting and very fun. So, let's get going. Let me go up here and, oh no, Ozzy's playing. I better turn off Ozzy. We don't want a copyright strike. Sharon will be after us. We don't want Sharon Osbourne. You get Sharon Osbourne after you, you're in some crap. All right. Okay, let's get that other phone open for comments. Jake is hopefully standing by to make sure everything's working. I'm all the way up front, Jake. Trying to find my phone. I'm going to go ahead and unlock some of these cabinets. I'm going to unlock this cabinet. Whoops. Got a few silver in there. I'm going to do this cabinet with the silver and the copper. I got to text Tanner about the copper. Only one. All right. Here we go. Purple rain, purple rain. Jake is messing with my laptop thingy over here. I assume you're doing records tonight. I am not selling anything music related tonight except music related silver I have. These are coins and knives. Good evening, Chad. I have a question. Go ahead. This will be the best time before things get crazy. Chad, I've got 3 questions for you. Go ahead. The press conference has began. Y'all can ask me. I am open for questions. As soon as I sneeze. Excuse me. Holy moly. Okay. There's that. And let me share this. We need CCK. Let's see, bullion. I don't know the name of our group. No, not a whole lot of records, the other group. Mute button work. Test. Yes, it's working, Jake. Order Doobie Brothers Captain Me was best of Volume 2, so what do you want me to do? In that case, we'll probably just message or email Ed, and he'll send you a refund. Don't worry about sending it back. That's just probably had somebody put the records like that have very similar labels, and if John glances at it and it maybe looks like the Doobie Brothers, he could easily slip by them. Just message Ed or email them. If you don't have Facebook, let them know you told me, and we'll just send you a refund. You can keep the record. I got to find, what is our great blades? I think it's blades. No. Bullion and blades. There it is. Okay. Big night, because this is the first time I've really had a coin sale since the market has took some huge jumps. Spots up already for the Monday market. The international market opened 3.5 hours ago. Spots already at $93.18. Gold's up $64 an ounce. We've got gold. We got silver. Most of the prices I'm going to do, to keep it simple, probably the last time, plus or minus $1 or $2 on some stuff. Depends on what it is. Plus, I got all kinds of new collectible silver. And, yeah, so let's get started. I got to get my board. I'm not going to try to lay anything on top of these crates. So let me clean up a little bit. And let me go get a board to lay down Let me see if I want to use cardboard or white. Great night to be investing in some precious metals. If you know nothing about them, that's okay. I can help you out. You can ask anybody that's ever bought. I'll shoot you straight on it. And honestly, I've bought from 2 people this week, and one person that bought from me almost tripled his money on the stuff he bought from me over the last 4 or 5 years. So when I'm telling you about silver, I'll give you what I think could happen. Could go up, could go down. But ever since I've been selling here, we've seen prices do nothing but go up, especially recently. So my thought is, unless you're trying to get rich overnight, buy this stuff, put it away, and it'll be great for your kids to have, your grandkids, or maybe you can go ahead and sell it in 4 or 5 years and triple your money. Who knows? But I've been buying from a lot of people that bought from us, and they're experiencing great returns on some of this stuff. So you always want to be buying silver if you get a chance. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, and gold, of course. Silver is a little bit more fun. You can get more bang for your buck, as they say. But let me lay this board here. And I've got a lot of cool stuff tonight, like silver dollars. We got, we got Morgans and stuff like that typically I don't have in this kind of quantity. I may have a few, but not like I do tonight with, gosh, 300 or something. So let me go over here. And here we go. So let me let's make my backdrop somewhat a little bit more presentable. And we'll find something to slide right there for a second. Let's see. Let's do Pink Floyd Pulse. I have become comfortably numb. All right, I'm not going to go into the whole Gilmore solo thing. That's one of my favorites. It sounds like he's got his amps turned on 19. It's some kind of amazing sound feature he was able to accomplish in the studio. We won't go into that discussion. We'll save that for Monday through Saturday. But so let me go ahead and start laying some stuff out. We'll start with just spreading out bars and bullion. Bars and bullion. That sounds like a name for something. Let me get a pad, because these prices are going to be universal throughout the night. And let's get started with halves. That's probably going to be one of our biggest sellers tonight. Let me grab a pad and a pen. Let me check spot. A lot of this y'all are going to be able to buy at melt, which is insane. Right now the market on a lot of this has moved to like a 10% spread. If you're able to buy it at spot, you're doing very well. Most places are just sold out. They just don't have halves available. So, yeah, like right now, we're going to say that silver, let me write down some prices. We're going to be pricing it tonight like it's 93 an ounce. And it's right now technically 93.19. And the melt on a half is 33.64. So, yeah, I'm going to sell these halves tonight for below melt at the moment. That's at 33.01. All right, so I'll start laying some of these out, and you can claim however you want. Tonight is silver and coins only. Bullion, gold, silver, items of that nature, yeah. Okay. We're going to be running some Morgan auctions, and I'm going to try to show some pocket knives too, as always. So these are 1964 Kennedy halves. These are 33.50. They're 90% silver. Melt on these right now are 33.64. So these are below melt. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I think I have like 40 or 50 of them. So as many as those as you want right now. Those are 33.50. Let me start getting them all spread out. So that's 14 cents below the melt price right now, which if you're new to this, that is a great buy on those right now. Not joshing around, not yanking your chain, not just trying to lead you down a dark road on a blindfold in the middle of the night. This is real. Okay, I got 20 I've got at least 20 Kennedys, 30. I've got at least 30 Kennedys, okay? And they're bagged up. And if you want to buy them in 10s, I've already got them bagged up. But tonight, you know, back when they were like $12 a piece, I used to say, well, you got to buy at least 2 or 3. Well, the price has tripled, so I'll go ahead and sell them in lots of 1. So Kennedy's, 2 for Stacy Metternich. Thank you, Stacy. These are sold to you for $33.50 each. Very nice. So Kennedy, I've always told the story on the half because some people get confused on the 40%, 90%. Kennedy died November 22nd, 1963. That next year, Congress put him on the half dollar. He's been on the half dollar since then, and this is the last year. This is the last year he was on the half. Mark Fallon said, send me a lucky birthday precious metal. Is today your birthday? Send you one. I'll send you one if you send me back money. No free silver around here. What are you trying to get me to go out of business? Cameron Lingefeld wants 10 Kennedys. Thank you, Cameron. So 10 times $33.50. When's your birthday, Mark? I thought you just had a birthday. I think you're saying this stuff just to get stuff for free. These are sold to Cameron, $335. Charlie DeFrank wants 4. Let's give Charlie those 4. And I can break up those baggies back there, but if somebody wants to buy 10 at a time, that would be great. So Cameron gets 10, and we got Charlie DeFrank down for 4. Thank you on that. I'm going to use this table in here to line up all the precious metals we've sold tonight, and we'll start stacking them. I'll have to take 2 or 3 steps every time I sell something, but that's okay. It'll be well worth it. Today's your 49th birthday. Well, I didn't even see that on Facebook. I'm not as good as Seth with wishing people happy birthday. Seth has been telling everybody on Facebook happy birthday since there's been a Facebook. I've never been that, I never can find it that easy. It just sometimes pops up. Halves, right now I've only shown Kennedy's. They're $33.50 each, which is right now 30. The melt on them are $33.64. I got Kennedy's below melt. I'm telling y'all, buy all this up. If we get lucky and buy more this week, it'll be great. I've been telling people, for those coin buyers that think that I only sell on Sundays, I have sold hundreds of ounces the last couple of weeks during our record sales. I've been keeping it over here in the corners. And just so you'll know, you might want to hop on during record sales and see if I've got any new silver. Because if we buy it that day, I've been bringing it back here during our record sales and then trying to sell it. And a lot of stuff we sold this past week. So J. Hennessy wants 2 Kennedys. You got it. I'm going to go ahead and crack open this other bag. Let's sell 2 to J. Hennessy. No sales tax, state law. No sales tax on precious metals and investments here in the state of Tennessee. So buy the price you're seeing. All right, let's go ahead and start with bars. So I'll do these $2 over spot, which I think is crazy to have these at $2 over spot, where most places are sold out, but I'm going to go ahead and let it go. I've been seeing bars sell for about that. I don't think that's really crazy. I think it's a fair price, but I do see now some of them on eBay after shipping selling for over 100 each. So I've got right now 1 ounce bars, $95 each. Right now I've got 2, 4. I got 6 1 ounce bars, okay? We'll start with those. I'll say these are first right now. 2, 4, 6 1 ounce bars, $95 on those. Next is ST wants 2 Kennedys. Thank you. There's 2 more Kennedys sold. And over here we have any 1 ounce. Yeah, we'll start those right there. $95. I think it's more so crazy I even have them available because most people that's been buying from me, like a lot of y'all, probably don't want to sell right now because you're like in this huge range of profit on your investment, and you're just like, all right, let's sit back and see where this rides. So what I would say is just keep buying, just like way I invest in stocks, just dollar cost average it. And so we have John Howard on 2 bars. So 1 ounce silver bars, $95. We have John Howard with 2. We got BJ Deckmere with 2, and I've got 2 more right there. So these are sold $95.95. John Howard, I'm going to give you the 2 Johnson Matthey. BJ Deckmere, I've got you with Great Silver Panther, and I've got you with Amp Mex, okay? Now, y'all probably seen I bought I bought 400 and something ounces yesterday, and I have all kinds of collectible silver bars, and we're going to start running some of those right now. at auction. Some of these are pretty cool and pretty unique and pretty collectible. Let me go ahead and give you another half offering, okay? Let me go ahead and give you another half offering. I've got Walking Liberty halves. Right now, I'm just going to do random dates. A little bit later tonight, if you want to go through and pick out dates, that's fine. But I got Walking Liberty halves, $14, $14 below spot or below melt, $33.50. So right now you can pick between Kennedys and you can pick between Walking Liberties. They're $33.50 each. That's right now $15 below melt on those. Great price, $33.50. Renee Marie. So Cameron gets the next 2 bars. Renee, I've got 2 more up in my showcase. The next ones, we're getting into some pretty collectible stuff like vintage Engleharts. I'm going to run those at auction, and I'm going to let y'all pick them out, okay? And then we're going to start running some Morgan Silver Dollars. I've got Morgan Silver Dollars, all pre-1900, extremely fine or better. Extremely fine or better, pre-1900 Morgans. Some of these little collectible pieces now that I've had for a year or 6 months, they've now surpassed the melt value. So you can buy them at melt now where they were carrying a $30, $40 premium. Now you can buy them at melt. It's getting pretty crazy to say that, but some of these little 1-ounce statuettes, give it another week, another month, and some of these are going to be at melt. And at this point, we're asking ourselves, when do we raise the prices on the collectible stuff? Because as we sit on it, it gets closer and closer to melt value. It's getting pretty crazy. Let me show you something I just sold on eBay to give you an idea of where collectible silver market is heading. I sold this last night on eBay. Let me get it pulled up here for you. It was a 10-ounce. Y'all have probably seen it before. It's a 10-ounce replica of the Notre Dame de Paris in Paris, France. It looks like the Notre Dame Cathedral. That 10-ounce replica there, of course, it's articulate. It's a piece of art, but we sold that for $2,000. I took an offer on it. We ended up getting $2,450. So that was at $250 an ounce for something highly collectible like that. So $2,450 an ounce, that kind of goes to show you where the collectible silver market's going for like these statues and the highly collectible art stuff. People starting to grab it up on eBay because now that silver's like tripled, they're like, well, where do you go from pricing that stuff? So anyways, we'll discuss that later. Renee Marie has the 2 bars, 95 and 95. And then BJ Deckmere wants to Walking Liberties. These are $33.50 each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are sold to BJ Deckmere. Thank you. So Renee, I got you down for 2 Nadir assayed bars. I got 5 halves. You can buy halves at $33.50, Kennedys or Walkers until I sell out. And then when I'm gone, I'm going to be like, well, that's it. But right now they're $33.50. I got several little baggies of Kennedys. Should have several of those left over here too. So over here, you don't have to worry about cleaning your rounds. They tarnished on silver doesn't really matter, especially right now. It's just literally, you know. Okay, here's another chance at some bullion. These are 1-ounce prospectors. These are now $95. I've got them in airtights. They're vintage 1985 prospectors, and we bought 140 of these, and we're down to our last. These are $95. We're down to our last couple tubes. Okay, 95 on the prospectors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 there. 95 on those. J.E. Hennessy wants 2 Walkers. These will have full dates. I got you a 1941 and a 1943. There's that. Do the collectibles tend to hold their value even when melt goes lower? Do they? Yeah, so that's the thing. Like a lot of this collectible stuff has always carried a premium. And now that the value has got up to around the melt, people are now asking, well, when do you start raising the prices on the collectible? And I think that's why we just got $250 an ounce for silver for that Notre Dame Paris. Here's more prospectors. So these are $95. That's melt plus 2 right now. That's melt plus $2. I'm going to go ahead and get a visual of what we have in stock because I got to take inventory after tonight. We've added so much into our inventory, I'm really having to. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put up some Engleharts for auction. These are pretty cool. I'm going to say a $95 start, and I'm going to let the winning bidder pick as many as they want. So we got to start them at the floor, and I'm going to put up a lot of silver bars, okay? And then we got some really cool, we got 3-ounce bars, we got Kit Kats, as they call it, odd shaped, odd weights. So here we go. And these are a 95, and I'm going to let the winning bidder have their pick of the lot here. Some of these are the horizontal, some of these are the vertical, but I know how Engleharts are. Now, when silver was $30 an ounce, a lot of these carried huge premiums. What I've just seen on recent sales, it seems like they're definitely still selling over spot. So I've got Engleharts. We've got 90. So the winning bidder will have their pick. We'll say $95. There's 1, 2. Let's get these spread out. Then there's the verticals there. There's 3 of those. And then there's 2 more horizontals. We won't leave it up for auction long after you start bidding. Here's another random bar I'll put in there. That's a art bar, James Garfield, President James Garfield. There's another vertical, another 2 more horizontals. And then there's the rest in the verticals, okay? So that's an auction lot. A winning bidder will have picks. So if you win, you can say, give me the 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 horizontals. Give me all of them. Give me 3 verticals. And then we'll let the next people claim whatever's left, okay? Or you can take just the James Garfield. We'll make that a quick auction while we're also doing some buy it now stuff. Lewis Kulik wants 1 prospector. I'll go ahead and give you this one right here. And B-Day Jackmere wants 3 prospectors. These are $95 each, okay? So let me go ahead and put these 2 walkers for J.E. And then let me go over here and put down the prospector and the 3 prospectors down for those next 2 buyers. Thank you on that. So there's that, and then there's that, and there's that, okay? Awesome. Let's keep rolling. I've got some other fractional stuff. We're also, tonight, we'll get into our collectible stuff, our penny stuff, but what did I just say? You never know what's going to come out of me, some kind of demon. So right now, I've got 1 ounce, 1/1000th gold, and this is a whole series that a mint, well, various mints have been making. These are actually 1/1000th pure gold, probably the cheapest fractional gold I'll be offering tonight. And we have 5 of those available, $45 each. So it's a Second Amendment. There's an old musket. There's a modern rifle. And that's fractional gold at $45 each, 1/1000th, okay? I have 5 of those. We do have a bid on the Englehart lot. Adam Bernardi's in at 95. So they're at least going to sell for that. I'll give it a couple more moments. And if anybody wants to bid, 96, 97, 100, go right ahead. Let me go ahead and get some big dogs on the table. Here are the big dogs I have tonight. Now, I've been pricing this at $4,700 for a week. And now with the jump in the market for this morning, morning's prices, right now, this is just slightly, silver has took a $70 jump since the international market opened 4 hours ago. Right now, the bank wire price, okay, if you can do ACH, I've got 1 ounce gold at just $40. It looks like about $30 below melt right now. $4,700. That's a 1 ounce gold, 1998 American Gold Eagle. Okay, $4,700. That's the, now if you want a credit card price, let me know. We might have to tack a little fee on that. But right now, that's the bank wire cash price, $4,700, and that's looking at just slightly below melt, and that should be carrying a premium. So that should be right now to Gabe. I hadn't been on JM Bullion. I hadn't been on anywhere. I know the U.S. Mint has stopped selling silver. They've pulled all their items down. Most websites are showing sold out of bars. They've got their on sale collectible silver marked down to just get something moving. So next claim was Charlie DeFrank on 2 prospectors. That's sold to Charlie DeFrank. Thank you. Philip Sweet on 2 fractionals. Thank you, Philip Sweet. Those are sold to you. And then Chris Connor wants all 5 gold. Chris, you're next. I've got you for 3, okay? Chris Connor, I've got you for 3. He got the first 2 right ahead of you. Don't worry, I've got more stuff like that coming. So Philip got 2. Chris was the next. Stanley, I'm sold out. Brandon Jones, I'm sold out. And then Seth, you're fired. I've got you down for a prospector. Seth, you're fired. That's for a prospector. And then Chad Sauls, I'm out of the fractional. Can I get 20 of the prospectors? 20 of them. Yes, you can. Okay, Adam Bernardi, I'm going to go ahead and sell the Englehart lot to you. So Adam Bernardi has choice of these Englehart bars. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8. horizontals. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 verticals, and the James Garfield. His pick, he might take them all. If anybody else wants anything, let me know, okay? Cameron wants to know, do I have 20 prospectors left? I bet I can come up with them. Let's see here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I found out these rolls of prospectors have 25 in them and not 20. So I think I sold somebody a roll the other day, and I said there was 20, but I think they got them out and counted them, and they called it. Somebody almost got 5 free ounces of silver from us. I got to count these more. The rolls, usually a roll has 20 like of Eagles, but some of these, make sure you always get them out and count them. These rolls of bullion sometimes have 25 in them. So Cameron on 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay, there's 10, and then 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. He's going to buy 20 there, and let's do the quick math on that. That is 20 at 95. These are sold to Cameron Lingafelt, $1,900, okay? So those are done. Right now, that's what I have left is that little stack, and then I'm going to open another tube. Let's put up our first lot of Morgans. We've got 315 silver dollars to try to sell tonight. If we can get everybody 5 each, that would be my goal, but we'll see what happens. Somebody might end up buying all of them. They're very cool. They're all pre-1900. So let's go right over here. Let me go ahead and take this other stuff in here on the sold table and get it in order. And let me do that right now. I've got to go get the other fractional gold. These are great. These are cool pieces. We've been selling the absolute fire out of them. So let me move this down, and this. Get all this organized here, Jill. That table's going to be full here in a second, and we'll go from there. Okay, so let's go right over here. The next thing was Cameron on the 20. Okay, then ST wants a prospector, $95. And then I'm going to depend on what you pick 2 of what you think will be the most valuable plus the grant bar for a total of 3. All right, these here are usually the most collectible. I'm going to give you 2 horizontal Engleharts and the grant. So sell those to Adam Bernardi. Those 3 bars at 95 each. Stanley Richmond wants 4 prospectors. Perfect. 4 prospectors sold to Stanley Richmond. And then air horn coming in just a second. Okay, here's a great opportunity for everybody else. Your pick on Englehart bars, $95 each. Your pick on Englehart bars, $95 each. We do owe Cameron an air horn, yes. So have at it. Start buying them up. $95 on those, okay? $95 on those. There's that. Let me give you another cash price. If you're going to pay with a credit card, let me give you a bank wire cash price. Let's go ahead and bring out another one. I want to go ahead and get these on the table. 100-ounce bar, $9,500. $9,500, okay? $9,500. That's for the 100-ounce bar, $9,500. Chris Connor says he'll take all the Engleharts at 95 each. You got it. Let's take a look here. We got 2, we got 4, we got 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. Let's count that again. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. So to Chris Connor, 15 at 95 is going to be $1,425, okay? Thank you, Mr. Chris Connor. We owe 2 people air horns. Okay, let me see if I got another fresh roll of Engleharts. Here we go. I've got, if you're like, dang, I was going to buy a prospector, not Engleharts. If he's like, dang, I was going to buy a prospector, there's 25 more of them. 25 more prospectors there, and those are $95. There's another tube. I'm all of a sudden getting low. I had, 180 of them on Monday. I'm all of a sudden getting low. There's another fresh tube. Let me go in here and grab our first auction lot of Morgans. I'm going to crack open a brand new roll. Well, not brand new. Some of them look brand new. Not in there. Let's see here. Here we go. Let's do a lot of 5 to keep it simple. I'm going to show you dates and mint marks, and we're going to start these at $85, okay? That should be at a great price for a starting bid. So it's going to be a choice lot. You know how a choice lot works. Winning bidder will get the pick. I've got an 1886, no mint marks. Some of these are nice. The guy I bought these from, I helped him curate these about 5 years ago. We went to a dealer. It took about a month, and we got him like 350 extremely fine or better Morgans. This is when spot price was like 20 bucks an ounce, and we was able to do this deal. And his investment paid off when he sold them to us earlier this week. There's an 1882, and then over here I've got a 1900, and then I've got an 1897, and I've got an 1897 again, and that's an 1897 San Francisco. So choice lot on these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Choice lot on those 5 Morgans, and that's going to be an $85 star. Winning bidder will get the pick, okay? So halves, there are 10 more Walking Liberty halves, $33.50 each on those. There's the prospectors. No sports cards tonight on the horizon, but we could have some more. Here is some more gold. These are the Britannias, okay? As in the UK mint. This is actually from the country of Niue, but it's paying tribute to the British coin Britannia. Same thing, 1/1000th gold, $45. I've got 2, 4, 5, 1/1000 gold, $45 each on those, okay? $45 each on the Britannias. There's some more fractional gold for you. Okay, there's that. Let me see what else. Okay, more government-issued silver. These are $95. These are Cougarans. These are the official bullion of South Africa. 1 ounce Cougarans. 1 ounce Cougarans. These are 2022s. 9999999 silver. And these are $95. So that's some government issued silver there. 1 ounce Cougarans, 95 on those. Chris Connor on the 5 gold at 45 each. Thank you, Mr. Connor. That's 45 at 5. These are sold to him for $225. Morgans are less than an ounce, and they're 90% silver. But they've always carried a premium because they're 150-year-old coins, right? So especially these, they're extremely fine or better. In my opinion, most of these right now should be retailing for 95, 105. You know, I mean, they're nice coins. So they are a little less. If you're asking what the melt value is on them, the melt value on a Morgan silver dollar right now, just the silver value, is 72.05. But I've always said, I mean, that's insane to see that. I remember when it used to be in the 20s, or even less than that. But now to see that with that kind of melt, the bid is for your pick, okay? And then I'm going to kind of see what these are going to sell for tonight, and then I'll just start doing them for buy nows. I'm trying to get a gauge of how to do it. So if you want to bid, whoever wins, you get to pick which one you want, okay? So Adam has it for $85. If he wins, he'll say, I'll take these 3 or those 2, or he might say, go ahead and give me all 5 of them. I'm going to go ahead and lay this other silver we just sold in here on our sold table right quick. So let me take care of that right quick. Sounds like I need to bring out all that fractional gold right quick. We'll go ahead and get it obliterated tonight. I've got some good ones. I'm going to stack all this up right here. Give me a second on that. And the second table, I'm going to set a lot closer to me, Jill. I'm going to set it back here behind me. The thing is, there's 20,000 records stacked up behind me. So Adam has it right now at $85. I'm looking for 86 or more, and I bet Adam will take all 5 of them. He might not. He might leave one that you want, but that's the risk you take. And then what I usually do is give it a couple seconds, and then I'll make him a buy now, whatever he doesn't pick out. That's how we've always done that. All right, let's see what quarters are at. Let's see. Matt's went ahead and bid 95. Looks like a good move. And Matt has them for 95. Let's pull up the price of, let's look at quarters. I have not done those tonight. We're going to do these at $17, okay? No, I'm good right now. We're going to do quarters at $17, okay? Right now, the melt on them are $16.89. So 11 cents over melt, and I've got Washington quarters, as many as you want. 11 cents over melt. 11 cents over melt Washington quarters. These, of course, will be from 1932 to 1964. They're 90% silver, okay? How many Cougarans? There should be 20 in a roll of Cougarans. Let's check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Might be 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we got 25 Cougarans. 25 Cougarans, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, it's a whole mint roll. So a mint roll of Cougarans are 25. I think Eagles are always been 20. Cougarans and Maple Leafs, I guess, are in 25s. 25 Cougarans at 95 each, okay? He's out on the Morgans, and we're going to go ahead and sell them to Matt. Matt, your pick on those 5 Morgan silver dollars at 95. There's the Washington quarters, $17 each. You can buy 1, 2, 3, or you can buy them all. How many? Let's get a good count. That's an excellent question. I had them counted, and then we sold several throughout the week. So give me 1 second on that. And now, Matt, your pick on the more. If you want me to go through them again, let me know. He says he is going to take all 5 of them. Great decision. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Matt Nichols. Let's go ahead and lay those on the sold table. He gets these at 95 each. Let's put these right in here. Thank you on that. Boom. All right. And then let's step over here. And let's see what else next we got. Okay, he's getting all 25 Cougarans. These are sold to Cameron Lingefelt. He's going to get 25 times 95. Thank you. So 25 times 95 is 2,375. These are sold to Cameron Lingefelt. All those are gone. Let's go ahead and lay those in here on the table. Thank you again. Appreciate that. Let's stack that right in here. Done. Thank you, Cameron. Now I owe everybody 4 air horns. Hayden's going to go deaf here in a second. Let me count these quarters right quick. Let me introduce the next 5 Morgans, okay? We got an 1890, O as in 1890 New Orleans. These are all extremely fine or better too. 1889 Philadelphia, no mint mark on that one. 1881, and that's an O for Orleans. We have an 1897, that's an S for San Francisco. And we have an 1896. That one's really nice. And let's go ahead and add one more that I picked up, 1882. Let's say, let's see, that last lot just brought 95. Let's do $90 start on these and see what happens. I think 95 might be the right price tonight. That would be the price for 1 ounce bullion, and for nice Morgans, 95 seems like the right price. I'm kind of getting a gauge at the auction here. And then we'll go from there, and I'll start pricing them individually, okay? If people have asked a couple times about billing, this will be a completely separate invoice, okay? You won't be billed tomorrow for this. Tanner will probably tag all this stuff tomorrow. You might get an invoice for Wednesday, and then it'll be available for pickup by Wednesday. This stuff will be available for pickup locally by Wednesday. It'd be great if we could get payment by the end of the week. And if you're paying online, like 98% of y'all, $8 in limited shipping, no sales tax, you'll probably be invoiced around Wednesday. Okay, now, I've got to count quarters for Jonathan. These are $17 a piece. Let's give an idea. I'll get them in stacks of 4, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do 5s. Let's do 5s. You usually put them in 4s because that's $1, but we'll do 5s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, and then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got quarters here at 17 each. That's just 11 cents over melt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This might be your last chance to bid on these at 90. I think the price for these tonight should be 95. Your pick, especially when I start listing them individually and we're going through them one by one. So right now these are at 90, no bid, and I'm about to make them a buy it now. We got 2, 4, 5. And of course, this is a rough count right now, but I'm glad you're asking. So any choice of quarters, but Cameron has dibs right now. He asked how many. 2, 4, 5. If anybody wants to go ahead and try to grab one, I think I got more bags behind me of different stuff. We got 2, 4, 5. There's 5 more. And then there's 2, 4, 5. I have some other stuff tonight too, like nickels and pennies and stuff like that. We're going to try to do all the silver, okay? 2, 4, 5, and 2, 4, 5. So quarters, unless they're misstacked, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Looks like I got 60 quarters right now. BJ has the bid on the Morgans at 90, final call. The bank wire or cash price on this is $9,500 for the 100-ounce bar. If you got to pay with a credit card or you're paying through normal Square, I'll have to give you a little bit different price. If you're paying cash or doing a bank wire, $9,500, and I've got the gold just essentially $30 over mail. That's nothing. $4,700 for the gold. That's the 2 big daddies. That's the 2 enchiladas right now. That's the 2 Burrito Supremes. That's the 2 Big Macs. I'm starting to get hungry all of a sudden. I don't know where my Monster Energy drink is either. I'm already pretty hopped up, so we'll just stop right there. And we can use these tubes for these. We'll put some of those rounds back in there for Cameron and whoever else has bought a whole roll of silver. Let's keep rolling. So I'll tell you what, I'll go ahead and do these at 85. Here's your best chance on peace dollars. If you want some old coins at 85, I got peace dollars, 18 of them for 85 each. Peace dollars, here is 18 of them for 85 each. 1922, 1923, etc., etc. So your pick, and once again, this came from the same curated deal. These are all extremely fine or better. So there's peace dollars. I'll do those for $85, okay? 85 for those, and those are all going to be from the 20s, of course. So there's peace dollars. All right, there's that. BJ, I'm going to go ahead and sell this lot to you. Your pick on the Morgans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's your pick on those, okay? And $90. That'll probably be the last time they're 90 tonight, unless somebody buys a bunch of them maybe. But right now, Adam and Artie on 3-piece. I'll pick out 3 right here. We'll go 1, 2, 3. I'll make sure they all check out really nice. That one looks good. That one looks good. And that one, let's do these for 85. Piece typically sells slightly below Morgan's, of course, unless you have a key date or something like that, or something really high grade. They typically sell slightly below that. Slightly below that. All right, here we go. So let's see what else is going over here. BJ's got pick on these, and he says give me all 6 of them. Awesome. 95 times 6, 570. Folks, that's another air horn. We'll have to get caught up. How about here just a minute, I lay down a whole can out and I just blow a whole can out for everybody, because we're going to have a bunch of these moments tonight. I meant to make a stipulation earlier. We might have so many air horns tonight, I could have to go to the hospital. And then I'd have to cancel this week's shows, and then Collect Coke stock would crash and the company goes under. And then, there we go. Quarters are $17. That is right now 11 cents. So there's quarters. And then, all right, so what I'll do, we'll go ahead and finish out this row. Don't forget, I got like 20 more rolls of these. But we'll say Morgan's right now, $95. And if you just want one, I promise you they're all pre-1900 and they're all nice. We won't worry about picking dates right now. I'll just say if you want a Morgan, they're all pre-1900 and they're all extremely fine or better. They're all EX or XF or better, okay? That's how we bought them. That's how I got them bought for that person. Okay, what else do I have over here? Let's get back to some of the bars, because I know y'all going to eat this up like, oh man, y'all about to eat these alive probably. I know y'all like these. $95. I've got more bars. You ready? More bars for $95. Not that one, because that's more than an ounce. I got $95 on Engleharts. These are all Engleharts at $95. Wow. Just found a whole nother tube. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are name brand, always nice. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it looks like 2, 4, 5, 2, 4, 5, 2, 4, 5. I've got 18 bars in stock, 95 on that, okay? There's your choice of Morgans. Let's go up here and get some more of that fractional gold. Actually, I got some back here already. Let's do the ones I got a lot of quantity of, because this stuff's been flying off the shelf. Here, the problem is some of these I've only got like 1 and 2 left, so if I can get a bunch of one, that will work out better first, and then we'll go from there, okay? So let me open up this drawer. Man, yeah, don't let me forget to show you some of the other slabbed eagles we have. Some of those the last time were at a great price, and now they're even at a more incredible price, if you know. So, okay, there's that. Okay, all right. Let me find this. Give me 1 second to reset. We've already blasted through like a whole tub of stuff. That happens quickly around here. All right, so let's start with these. Here they are. They're stacked back here behind them. I'm going to start with these that I have a lot of. And then some of these we're just down to a couple, okay? We'll start with the ones I have a bunch of. The ones I have a bunch of are the Libertad, Angel of Independence. The Libertad, Angel of Independence. This is 1/1000th, okay? 1/1000th gold, and these are $45. You ready? 1, 2. Let's count them. So right now, 1/1000th gold, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. I got 12 in stock. I got 12 in stock of the 1/1000th gold, okay? All right, first thing we have are Morgan's are $95. Yes, quarter 17. John Howard wants 2 bars, okay? He was first, and then Chris Connor said he'll take the rest. So first thing I've got is Chris Connor on these 2 bars, sold. 95, or excuse me, John Howard on 2 bars. Chris Connor gets 5, 10, 16 of them. 16 at 95. Thank you, Chris Connor. Those are sold to you $1,520, okay? That's another air horn. Let me make sure that was right. There's 2. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Yep. All right, there's that. Then there's the gold. Let me go ahead and stack these in here. Here's this. There's the 2 bars. There's the other bars for Chris Connor. All right, that's done. Moving on. I see some fractional. I bet we're already sold out. I guarantee it. Let me see what's happening over here. First person was Lewis Kulik on 1 gold. So we got 1 gold for Lewis Kulik. Next person is ST on 2 gold. There's ST's 2, okay? And then Chris Connor says he'll take the rest. So here we go. We have the rest at 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. There's 9 left at $45. That's, excuse me, 9 at 45 is 405 for these next ones. All right, those are all sold. Let's get those stacked in here as well. And then Seth, you're fired. You were next on the bars. They're already gone. And then Jeff, Chad Saul's next on the gold. And then Charlie Frank and then Philip. Unfortunately, they're already all spoken for, okay? But don't worry. There'll be more. You better be fast on these. A couple people taking all of them. A couple people grabbing them all up. You're going to have to be fast. It's going to be like the State Farm commercial. Should have been quicker than that. Should have been quicker than that. All right. Here's a... All right, let's go ahead and say... I've only got 2. Zeus. I've only got 2 Zeus. $45. 1/1000th fractional gold. Zeus. 45 and 45. We'll have to keep them different because some people might want to know what exactly they're buying. So there's Zeus at $45. I've got 2 of those. I've got 2 of those. Okay. All right. These are another chance at some silver. Okay. And these are pretty cool. These are little 2-ounce bars. Okay. These are little 2-ounce bars, and we have 95. So let's do, you heading out, Hayden? Thank you, Hayden. So Jill and Hayden still here logging in stuff from last week. It's been a busy day at Coletco. I've got these at $190. They're little, what we call loaf bars. They have the Statue of Liberty or the Angel of Independence. So these are $190, 2-ounce bars. $190, 2-ounce bars. I've got 2, 4, 6. Who was first on Zeus? Chad Sauls was first on Zeus. Chris, you were second on that one. So Chad Sauls was first on Zeus. Those go to him, 45 and 45. There's our next. Those are 2-ounce bars at 190. 2-ounce bars at 190. 190 each. That's 2-ounce bars. Pretty cool there. All right. And we have Adam Bernardi wants at least 2. And then Philip said take 1. Philip, is that for gold or the silver bars? Okay, that's for the bar. At least he just said so right now. So there's 1 for Philip. Alan Jonathan, I've got you down for 1. David Tate on 1. Okay, so Philip got 2. Philip got 1. Alan got 1. David got 1. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. And there's 1 2-ounce bars left. BJ wants 2. BJ, I got 1 left. I'll give it to you, okay? Those are 190 for the 2-ounce bars. 190 for the 2-ounce bars, all right? So the first person got 2. The next people got 1, which would be Alan Jonathan, Philip Regaldo, David Tate, and BJ Dickmere. So 2 and then 1, 1, 1, 1 to the next people in line. Those are 190 each, and those are all sold. So there's that. There's that. This, and this. All right, let's spread all those out. There you go, Jill. Have fun with that. Whoever, G, Tanner, Seth, Steve, shout out to the whole Coletco crew here. Hayden, just hired him. Need to hire about 7 more people. Gonna have to get a building 3 times the size of this in a couple of days, or a couple minutes, or right now. Does anybody know where a 1,000,000 square foot warehouse is? All right, here's, I just found 2 more bars, 95 each. There we go. 2 more Engleharts, 95 each on these. 95 each on the 2-ounce Engleharts. Those are gonna get gone like that. And let's go ahead and do, if you want these, comment gold, okay? And that way we can keep it separate. There's 2 more fractional. I love these. Look at the gold eagles there. 1,000's $45 on those. 1,000's $45 on those. There's that. All right, I think I got some pretty cool collectible stuff in here that's worthy of an auction. Let's see if anybody wants to step up on something like this. Now you're getting into the realm of bars that are pretty dang collectible. Some vintage stuff here and some really cool shapes and sizes, okay? So I'll let the chat cool out for a second. I'll figure out who got what. But first, we're going to put this up for auction. It's a 10-ounce bar, kind of a, I don't know if you call that one a Kit Kat, but it's pretty cool. It's rectangular. It's a 10-ounce bar. We just bought all this from a customer, like I said. A lot of the stuff he bought from us, and he's seen a really good return on it. Most of this stuff, we've, of course, I've double weighed it all. We put it on the Sigma and double checked it all. And he had like 521 ounces, and there was only 1 bad bar. So that was pretty amazing. I figured there'd be at least 1 bad one. He had 1 bar in there. It was still silver. It just wasn't pure. It was like a peso bar, which was 10% silver. But here is a 10-ounce bar, $950 start. And this is from Tri-State Refinery, kind of a vintage bar. Very cool. 10 ounces of pure silver, $950 start on that. Now, the first people on these 2 Engleharts were Seth, You're Fired. Those are sold to Jordan Underhill, 95 and 95. Then Black Sabbath, then Matt Nichols, and Brandon Jones first on the gold. All right, so those are sold to Jordan Underhill, and then Brandon Jones, you were the next 2. So those are sold and sold. Let's put those right over here. All right, now the other, last week we were knocking out some commemoratives, and I have 2 Constitution commemoratives left, and these right now I hadn't even raised the price on them because it's my last 2. $75. Okay, let's do these first. $75. The Thomas Edison commemorative and the Library of Congress. These are a little less than an ounce, and they're 90%. They're actually almost like the library, about the same weight and purity, honestly, of a Morgan. So they're a little less than an ounce. This is the Library of Congress commemorative. They come with box and paperwork, and the other one is the Thomas Edison commemorative. So there's Library of Congress. These are $75, and the other one is Thomas Edison, and there's Thomas Edison, and that's really cool. So those are available. Okay, and Chris Connor says he'll take both. Yeah, I think those retail. I usually sell the heck out of them here in our store. They're really cool. Those are real U.S. commemoratives. So those are sold and sold, $75.75. Let me go back and check the comment. Anybody bid on the big bar or the small bar? This is actually a small bar compared to that one. $950 on this one. Chad, take a set to work with Trade Me signed record cover looking for silver. I can't trade anything right now because about everything tonight's going to sell. If there's something left over, we can talk about trading. But I would say right now, if you want to buy some silver, I would buy it. And then I can talk about buying from you later, but can't really work out any trades live right now. This stuff is going to evaporate a little bit too fast. Okay, there's a chance at more quarters. There's more quarters at 17 each. Okay, there's more quarters at 17 each. So that adds to the inventory count on quarters. What did I have right here? This is technically an auction, $950 on the 10 ounce. $950. I'm going to give it one more chance. Let me see what else I have over here. Okay, let me go through. I think people like to see the Morgans they're buying. So let me show 3 Morgans, okay? Let me show 3 Morgans. And if you want one, comment the year, okay? Some people like to know what exactly Morgan they're buying. I understand that completely. So 1897, no mint mark. These are $95. 1896, no mint mark. So that's Philadelphia. And then 1896, also no mint mark. So all Philadelphia's 1896, 1896, and 1897. We'll say you can comment year, and there's that. All right, trade silver for a building. No, what we need to do, Chris, you probably know this better than anybody. we have an inventory management problem. You know about that, trying to pack everything in here, then get it out fast enough. We have, I think, a big enough building. We have a problem selling stuff fast enough. Or we sell it fast enough. I think it's just getting it out of here fast enough. So buy it now, $950. $950 on the 10-ounce bar. Okay, no one bid, $950. I'm thinking some of these bars might get some bids just because they're really cool sizes, but yeah. Here we go. Here's another chance. These are really cool shaped here. I'm going to make these $95. You ready? 2 1-ounce bars here, $95. These are really cool. They're Monarch Precious Metals. 1 ounce, $95.95. $95.95, okay? $95.95 on those. You got a lot of different options for silver. You'll be able to buy 1 ounce, 2 ounces, 3 ounces, 10 ounces, 100 ounces. You can buy junk silver, halves, Morgans. You got a lot of options. Probably the most I've been able to offer in a while. Over here, we have knives. Eventually, right now I'm going to try to get through all the silver, at least the big first wave of it. And then over here, Matt Nichols wants at least 1 bar. You want 1 at $95, right? 1 at $95. Thank you. That's so to Matt Nichols, okay? Now, what else do we have over here? Okay. All right, I'm going to try to sell these in lots of 10. All right, I'm going to try to do these only in lots of 10. And I'll show you how many lots I have. And then let me go get some more gold up front. Okay, so I'm going to sell these right now. If you buy 10 of them, $7.50 below melt. So $130 for a bag of 10, 40% silver halves. So these are made from 65 to 70. They're $130. That's $7.50 below melt. And that is $130, and you can buy 10 of them, 40% silver halves, probably at melt the best price tonight. And I have bags of those, okay? Several, I probably have over 100. So Matt Nichols got a bar for $95. No one else is. I thought this was pretty dang cool here. This little 1 ounce like hand poured type deal, $95. I have 1 left of those. There's halves, there's gold. Okay, there's no Cougarans left, but I got prospectors. This is the last of my prospectors I'm aware of. That's the last of the prospectors I'm aware of. And these are $95. I have those 2 towers right there, okay? John Howard gets the other bar at $95. Thank you and thank you. All right, let's do that. I do have some, I don't have any like, the Morgans that I have, or the, excuse me, the Eagles that I have slabbed are, the Eagles that I have slabbed are the privy marks. They're pretty dang collectible. They carry a huge premium. I have them though, okay? All right. There's 2 more commemoratives. Constitutions, $75. The U.S. Constitution. Once again, 90% silver, a little less than an ounce, but very cool. They're uncirculated with box and paperwork. I've got 2 of those, 75, 75. 75 and 75 on that, okay? So there's that, and sold to Adam Bernardi. That's sold to Adam Bernardi, okay? Those are done. How much is the Pulse box set? $119.99. That's a 4 LP box with 72-page book. That is some amazing live Pink Floyd there if you want it. 2 Constitutions are already grabbed. Let's go up here and look at gold. So here's what I'm going to do on gold, because it looks like everybody is... I'm trying to find the... I just found a bunch of them, I hope. These are the ones we had around Christmas. These are the Silent Night. Let me make sure. Hold your comment. And I have right here, I have 1/1000th gold. Silent Night, Holy Night. Same thing, $45. Silent Night, Holy Night. These are, I sold a ton of these around Christmas. Same price, $45 as all of our other gold. They come in a little gold envelope. They're 1/1000. Silent Night, Holy Night, $45 on these, okay? Next on the commemoratives was Chad and MT Matt. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've got 9 there. And then over here, I've got... let's see, this should be the same thing. No, we'll do those in just a second. I'm glad I do have more of those, though. We'll do these, $45. 2 to Charlie DeFrank. We got 4 for Steely Rapier. And then we got Jimmy LaCroix with 2 and Philip Legato with 1. Chris says he wants the rest. Let me do these first, and then we'll move into a different pattern. Okay? Let me go up here and see if there's any more silent night, holy night. Okay, good. There's at least 2 more up here. Awesome. And let me ask Tanner about the copper before I bring that out. I've been seeing, I don't know if people's joking or what, but you know what I've been seeing on social media all week? Copper, the new Bitcoin. Copper, the new Bitcoin. And I'm like, what? Is this for real? Is copper going to be the next, like, a crazy boom? I've been seeing people post in these metals groups. Literally, they've got their garage with, like, just bars and bars of pure copper. And I'm like, oh, my gosh, here we go. All right, so we got 2 for Charlie DeFrank. We got 4 for Steely Rapier. We got 2 for Jimmy LaCroix. And then 2 for Philip Regaldo, and then Chris Connor. In this particular one, I can only give you 1, okay? So there's 2, and then there's those, and there's those. And I got to ask Tanner 2 things. 1, where is it? And 2, he wanted to buy some before we liquidated it all tonight. Or before I start showing it and it gets grabbed up so fast I can't even make sense of it. All right, let's get that off the table. I can't wait to show you all these cool bars we have tonight. I think eventually somebody's going to grab one of these 10 ounce or 5 ounces or something like that. I hope I can have another stack of 1 ounce Inglehearts over here. You never know. I'm nowhere near the bottom of this tub. Okay, so let's do another rush on gold. These should be, once again, Eagles. $45 on these. Very cool. First come, first serve. We'll go down the chat. They're $45, and these are the Gold Eagle. They're 1/1000th pure gold. Okay, $45 on this. I've got right now 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. We'll see who gets them. Here's an odd shape. I think it should carry a little bit of a premium, but I'll sell it right now. You ready? I'll sell it right now. 95 times 3, 285. Let's do this for $300. 3 ounce bars are always collectible. This is a 3 ounce bar, vintage, Day Miners Incorporated, Wallace, Idaho, 1968. And this is distributed by W.H. Foster Incorporated, Walla Walla, Washington. $300 on that bar. It's a 3 ounce, $300. That's $100 per ounce. But that's a really cool, odd shaped and vintage, 1968. The golds sold to Chris Connor. He says take all. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Also to Chris Connor at $45 each. Those are gone. Sold out. I still got a showcase with more up front. I also have some other gold. I still got the SpongeBob bar and a couple other larger pieces over here. No one on the 1 ounce yet. Grab it while you can. Let's show something kind of collectible over here that hadn't been brought out in a while. This is $135. Tonight, $135. Now that doesn't seem too bad, just about $30, $40 over spot. Jimi Hendrix, who they misspelt. They put somebody didn't know what they were doing. Jimmy spelled G-I-M-I. Jimi Hendrix, 1 ounce silver. His guitar, I don't know if that was intentional, but his guitar neck is a little wavy. That's probably how it looked when he was all messed up on acid anyway. So $135 for Jimi Hendrix. $135 on Jimi Hendrix. Let's see what happened here. All right, so the golds went to Chris Connor. Philip was next, then Lewis, then Allen, then Jimmy, then Homeland, then Renee, then Allen. Adam Bernardi got the 3 ounce bar for $300. Adam Bernardi got the 3 ounce bar for $300. So this unique 3 ounce bar sold Adam for $100, okay? That's done. Let's put that right there. Okay. All righty. I'm getting my steps in tonight. I got to take about 10 steps to get into our operations room to line all this up. And then over here, we have no more Cougarans. Nope. Chad Sauls takes Jimi Hendrix at $135, though. The only 1 ounce silver, pure silver, I have on the table right now, I've got 25 prospectors. $95. That's the only 1 ounce bullion that hasn't been grabbed yet. Probably because some people's already bought a bunch of them, but that's it. That's your best bet right now before they get bought before the end of the night. 1 ounce bullion. 1 ounce bullion. Prospectors. All the Cougarans got bought by one person. Somebody almost bought a whole row of prospectors as well. Let's jump back in here into the bars. Here we go. I think this is pretty cool. We'll do this one at 95 per ounce, which is $190. $190 for this 2 ounce bar. $190 for this 2 ounce bar. $190 for this 2 ounce bar. Okay? So there's your chance on that. First come, first serve. Right now, halves. Yes, you can buy halves. You can buy Kennedys or Walkers. I got plenty of them. Kennedys or Walkers. Kennedys or Walkers are $33.50. $33.50. Am I doing knives tonight? Not right now. I am. Philip, it'll be when all this madness slows down. So I can't promise you anything on a time slot. I can't promise you anything on a time slot, but it will happen, I promise. Okay. Matt Nichols on the 2-ounce bar, that sold to him for $190. Black Sabbath was second. Okay. But yeah, if you want halves, I've got Kennedys and Walkers. They're full dates, especially the Kennedys. They're nice. $33.50 each. Whatever you see stacked back there is all that I have right now on hand. I'm going to go wipe out. Here's what I'm going to do with the gold. I was going to worry about which ones y'all wanted, but at this point, it doesn't seem like y'all care. So I'm going to grab the next 3, 4, 5, 7. Before I could even bring them back, I got 7 fractional golds, $45 each. 7 fractional golds, $45 each. 7 fractional golds, $45 each. Okay, I got Botticelli, which is the country of Chad. I'm the dictator there. Steamboat Willie, the Day of Mexico, the Day of the Dead, and the UFOs. That's the next 7. Okay, that's the next 7. That's the next 7. Let's see what else I have over here. I forgot about these. I was going to show these Thursday night on Metal Night. These are $145, but boy, are they cool. $145 on these. Should I say $155? We'll say $145, okay? $145. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction, 1-ounce silver, Beavis and Butthead commemorative on the back. 40th anniversary, 1985-2025, $145. Appetite for Destruction, colorized bar, $145 on those. I've got 5 of them, okay? Who was first on the golds? Chris Connor, 7 times 45. Lewis, you were next, then Renee, then Philip, then Jeff Brent, then ST, then Philip, and there's GNRs, 145. I've got 5 of them. Almost forgot. I meant to show those on Thursday night, Metal Night. I heard Paul had a really good sale last night. He said he sold 5 crates of vinyl. I heard he had some grails. We had an original Mad Season. I hope that did well at auction. I didn't even get to watch. I had to go to a funeral. And GNRs are gone. 100. GNRs are gone, $145. 1 to Seth, You're Fired. 1 to Black Sabbath. 1 to Kenny Cates. 1 to David Tate. And 1 to Alan Hagen. They're all sold. So Jordan Underhill, Danny Thomason, Kenny Cates Jr., David Tate, and Alan Hagen. All right? Done. See y'all later. Let me also go put his 2-ounce bar in here. All right. When things slow down, we'll probably get into knives or possibly the other coins like nickels and dimes and penny. Well, I might do some dimes right here if I can find them, as far as silver dimes. And then we got buffalo nickels, stuff like that. I'll probably sell in auction lots and bundles and stuff like that. All right, let's see what's next over here. Let me grab some more silver. Okay, now, these are always good to have. How many do I have? Oh, okay, yeah. All right, once again, a little bit more pricier, but man, these carry a premium. And you can buy them right now. You can buy them right now for $950. Engelhart, 10-ounce bars. Engelhart, 10-ounce bars, $950. That's 1, 2, 3 in stock. 10-ounce Engelhart. Might even call it the word vintage. There you have it. Okay. Next is 20 more. I got 25 prospectors left. Yes. The GNR bars number, they all have the cross. Yes, they have the GNR Appetite for Destruction classic logo on the back. They have Beavis and Butthead, and they might be numbered on the side. They are numbered to 50. Yeah, they are numbered on the side of the bar to 50. I only had 5, and they're gone. A lot of my mint distributors, I've been reaching back out to and like, hey, I sold out of GNR bars. Can I get some more? Or the other day, it was the Hulk Hogan's, and he said, yeah, they're 4 times as much now. And I went, holy moly, never mind. I don't think I think those Hulk bars I was selling for $185, I think right now to remanufacture them, they're wanting like $267 cost on them. And I was like, holy moly. Okay, so let's go over here and see what happened. All right, so first thing I have is hello, Carol Puckett. Cameron, I do have 20 prospectors, yes, or the GNR, lower number, please. The numbers are given out at random, and BJ Dickmere wants 1 Englehart. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. This one's going to go to BJ, right here in the middle. BJ, that's sold to you for $950. Thank you. That's our 7th or 8th air horn. We got to get caught up, Jill. 7th or 8th air horn. We're going to have a bunch more, especially when I start bringing out all this. You know, we're going to start selling cattle here in a minute, and then it's going to get really crazy. Okay, here's some more gold. Here we go. Here we go. We have for $100, this is a 1/200th ounce. This was my price back in December 8th, okay? Gold. This is the Phoenix, 1/200th ounce. This is from Ascension Island, officially governed minute. It's the Rising Phoenix. $100. I've got 2 of them. And look, I'm not pulling your leg. That was my price back in December. $100 on those, okay? These 10-ounce bars, that's a steal. Especially for not charging any more for, I hope if you're local, you can pay in cash, because that's going to save us a tremendous, our margins are already pretty slim on this stuff. Make sure if you're picking up, and if you can get registered, for those that pay with a credit card and that's your only way, that's okay. But if you can pay with cash, I will greatly ask, almost beg of you to do that for us, okay? Because some of the stuff already I think is at a steal. I don't want to sell it on eBay, but some of these collectible bars may have to go on there, especially if I can get 200 more per 10 ounces. I'd hate to have to pay the fees, but we're going to probably turn this stuff over pretty fast. And then hopefully we find another collection. So first thing is we got a big deal right here. Cameron wants 20 more prospectors. So let's count out 5, and then that should leave me with 2 stacks of 10. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There is 10, and there's 20. Thank you, Cameron. Those sold to you 20 times 95, $1,900. These are sold to Cameron Lingefeld. Thank you, Cameron. Those are sold to you. And then the gold, both of them sold to Chris Connor, 100 and 100. Thank you, Chris Connor. Thank you, Cameron. And thanks for everybody else that's claiming stuff. You may be falling a little short, but I promise at least sometime tonight, this stuff will make it to you. Okay, so there's that, gold, gold. I think you're going to like some of the other smaller gold I have over here for sure. Okay, so there's that and there's that. Okay, and then over here we have, ooh, that was a great neck adjustment. Jeff Brent says he'll take the silver here on the left. This is sold to Jeff Brent, RTO. He wants it for $950. Sold to Jeff Brent, RTO, $950, okay? Thank you on the 10-ounce bar there. That's done. And he's trying to work out a trade on some signed Aussie memorabilia. I'm sure we'll be able to work out something. There's that. And then here we go. Okay. $400, same thing. This was my price on December 8th. You get a little bit more bang for your buck here. 1 gram. Colorized SpongeBob. These are pretty collectible too. SpongeBob SquarePants. So they're 1 gram gold. They're SpongeBob. On the back is the Perth Mint logo. They're assayed and they're carded. $400. $400 on this, okay? $400 on this. This is the Perth Mint 1 gram colorized SpongeBobs. $400 on that. Let's go over here and see what happened. Those are $400. Those are definitely more quantity there. No, the smaller one on the left. You said 10-ounce silver bar on the left. Well, they're both the same price. This is also $950. Do you want the one I just tagged you, or do you want an Englehart? Your pick. Englehart on the left. Okay, he wants an Englehart, not the rectangular bar. So there's 1 10-ounce Englehart left, which should be right now at a great price at $950. That should be at a great price at $950. So this is still back in on the table, okay? That's still back on the table. All right, there's that. So SpongeBob's are $400. There's 2 10-ounce bars on the table. What else is going on tonight? Let's see what I have over here. I have for $115. This is $115. A 2024 Mexico Libertad 1 ounce silver colorized. That's called Golden Moon. 1 ounce Libertad Color Moon, $115 on that. $115 on that. That is a 1 ounce 2024 Libertad, colorized and numbered, Golden Moon, $115 on that. Philip almost bought a SpongeBob, but we're going to give one to Cameron, okay? Cameron says he'll take one at $400. I've got 5 prospectors left at $95. 5 prospectors left at $95. There's SpongeBob, so to Cameron for $400. Almost another air horn. Almost another air horn. So there's that. Let's jump back over here and see what happened. Okay, check these out. Okay, these are a little bit different. I'm going to have to literally bring out my scale. Well, let's just go to Google for calculation. I got some stuff here that are odd weights, okay? I'm going to put into Google. You ready? 100 grams to troy ounces, okay? 100 gram to troy ounces. 3.215. 3.215 times 95, $305.50. $305.50. A Scottsdale, that's a great brand name, Scottsdale 100 gram silver. 100 gram silver, Scottsdale. That is 3.215 troy ounces. It's marked 100 grams. $305.50 Scottsdale with the lion on it, okay? $305.50 on those. Chris Connor takes the last 5 prospectors at 95. To my knowledge, we are finally sold out of the prospectors. Those are all gone. He takes the last 5 at 95. All right, thank you on that. That's done. See you later, prospector. Good luck mining the rest of your life. Okay, over here we have Jeff Brent says he'll take the other Englehart too. This is sold to Jeff Brent RTO. This is sold to him, $950. That's sold. What carat is the gold? SpongeBob is 999. It's a 1 gram, 999. That's pure gold on the SpongeBob. Colorized, Perth mint, and assayed. The other 10 ounce Englehart is sold $950. Let's put that right there, okay? Let's put that right there. Thank you on that. So, first thing I have is this. BJ Deckmere says give him 3 Morgans. You got it. That way I can lay out 3 more. These are sold to BJ Deckmere, 95, 95, 95. These 3 Morgans here, sold to BJ, 95, 95, 95. That's done. Okay, let's jump back over here and see what I have in the bullion box. I love my bullion box. Let's grab this one. These I have a bunch of, like a bunch. So I'll leave these on the table. We might have them all night, but big part of this guy's collection was these. But first I'll show this. Let's jump back to one. Same price since December 8th, which is stupid, but here it is. I'll do it for $100. It's a Star Wars art bar, $100. It is called The Golden Dawn of Skywalker from the Royal Mint, and they're colorized. They made 150. This is carded, numbered 96. Star Wars, $100. So to Jay Nutra. Some of this collectible stuff, I have not adjusted price. It's where I'm still making what I need to, and now y'all are like, this is a no-brainer. Sure, I'll take it. Should do that same way with some of these statues. Let's see what I have in Batman. Here we go. Always popular, Batman. Here's 2 right here. Once again, just like Jimi Hendrix, $135. Let me grab them right here. Hendrix, and then we had Batman. These are numbered 21 to 500. These are $135. Batman's 1 ounce silver. 1 ounce silver Batman's. Very cool. And those are $999. They weigh 1 troy ounce, $135. Now, BJ, Star Wars. So no one on the Scottsdale. I better write that price down because that was weird. So Scottsdale were 3.215 troy ounces, OZT, and that was $305.50 on those, okay? Any Japanese? I may have some Japanese silver. We'll be back selling records tomorrow. Okay, here's a chance of a 5-ounce bar. $475. It's a Silvertown numbered 5-ounce bar. $475. That's 95 times 5 on that. Let me lay down 5 more Morgans, your pick. On date, these are $95, okay? We have an 1884, no mint mark, so Philadelphia. We have an 1887 O, which is New Orleans. An 1879 Philadelphia. We have an 1879 Philadelphia. We have an 1879 Philadelphia. And we have an 1898 Philadelphia, which is no mint mark, okay? Cameron Lingefeld wants 1 Batman. This is sold to Cameron for $135. Still got a SpongeBob. Let's go over some of the halves I have in the back. I was figured those would go like poof immediately, right, Jill? She said that's right. So there's that, there's Boom, there's Batman. Da, 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 da. I'm going as fast as I can, by the way, too. But you're going to, over the next couple hours, you're going to get exposed to a lot of stuff. J Nutra getting the 5-ounce bar for $475. So to J Nutra, $475. Thank you, J Nutra. That's so to you, $475. That's done. See you later. Let's see what else we have over here. There's the dates if you want to pick one. Scottsdale Bar. Okay, so one more reminder. You can buy Kennedy halves, 1964s at below melt, $33.50. $33.50. $33.50. Melt on those when I tagged them were $33.64. And then Walkers. Random date, and these are also $33.50. These are going to be from the 40s. Walkers were made up through the 40s, okay? $33.50 on those. So, okay, here's the bars I was talking about I got a bunch of. These are going to be $950. Pioneer Metals. They're brand new. They were originally sold on Ampex, so I even like that. They're kind of shrink wrap. They're sealed, and I think it's an Ampex brand. So $950, and I think I have 10 or 20 of these, maybe 7. I could have 3, I don't know, but I feel like I've got several on the bottom of this ammo box that I'm pulling all this out of. Pioneer, originally sold on Ampex. That's good to see that because that's one of the biggest silver distributors in the world. Those are $950, 10 ounce, $995 an ounce. Man, let me ask Tanner about, let me see if he's still awake. I need to get the copper out. Let's see. All right. Let me see what he says on that. Okay, let's jump back over here to the collectible stuff and see what's next. Let me make sure I got everything out of this cabinet up here as far as gold fractional. Do I have any more prospectors up here? I've got all those. Okay, there's another Batman. Let's see what's going on here with Spider-Man. Let's get those out here. And let's see what else I can go through. Probably going to try to find all the different odds and shapes of bars that I have for tonight. So here's the next statue. These are $135 Spider-Man this time. Spider-Man. So there's Batman. There's Spider-Man. Number 9, number 10. Spider-Man and Spider-Man, okay? 135 on those. There's our next statue. There's Batman. There's Spider-Man. Okay, there's proof. There's that. Okay, here's how I'm going to do these. I don't know, this is weird. This is the oldest silver we have, but they're dateless, okay? This is the oldest silver we have. They're dateless. And let's go to the melt value of these first. So the melt value right now on a standing Liberty quarter is $16.84. Okay, these are dateless though. So let's do them for $15. No date. It is silver, so the melt on these are $16.84. I've got dateless standing Liberty quarters. The date has been worn off. These were made between 1916 and 1930. $15 each on those. The melt is $16.84. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, some people might say, well, they're standing Liberties, they need to carry a premium. And some people might say, well, they're dateless, they need to be selling less than melt. So, I don't know, there's your chance. And I got 2 that we were going to card and put out in the store, but we're selling the stuff fast enough. We don't even have time to put it out in our shop. Adam Bernardi gets a Batman for $135. Thank you on that. And I'm getting info right now with Tanner on bullion, on copper. So there's that and there's that. And anybody out there looking to sell, hit us up, okay? We've done some big transactions this week, so don't hesitate to hit us up if you have anything to sell. So if you're local, you can set something up, walk in, get paid, walk out. Okay, here's 3 dateless walking Liberty, 2 dateless. I'll do these on Spider-Man. Okay, yeah, I got you for a Spider-Man. I got you for a Spider-Man. I may have said Batman, but let me look. Yeah, I definitely got you for a Spider-Man. Yep, okay. Dateless walking Liberty halves, $30 on those. The date is gone, or it's pretty weak. I can't see it, and I usually can knock these out right off the bat. So $30 on the dateless walkers. BJ wants 10 dateless standing Liberty halves. I priced those at $15 each, so that's $150. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I'll give you these 2. I've got 2 more in cards if anybody wants them, okay? These are sold to him for $150. $150 on these. All right? There's that. There's that. Okay, so below melt on the walking Liberty halves. Those were mixed in some rolls we bought, so they wasn't supposed to be in there. Danny says he'll take 2, so those sold to Danny for 30 and 30. Okay, I'll do that one different. They might be $1 more. And then price on the 2 Scottsdale. Scottsdales are 3.215 troy ounces, $305.50. $305.50. That's 95 per ounce. I've got 2. They're 100 gram marked. 100 gram marked. Okay, so I still got 2 more dateless. There's that. There's those halves. Got Morgan's here to pick from. Can't go wrong there. What else do we have? I've got, okay, let's revisit my collectible stack. Let's do that. Oh, let's get back into bar. I'm trying to see if I have any more 1 ounce at all. Okay, I know see y'all liking some of the smaller stuff, of course. So trying to find all the 5 and 2 and 3 ounce bars, because I don't know if y'all saw that picture, but there's a lot of shapes and sizes on this silver. Okay, let's do these. Let me check these right quick. Okay, the first thing I'm gonna check on before I do anything else over here. I'm gonna type in 3. Glad everybody's tuning in tonight. Hope you've hit the like button on Facebook. I'd really appreciate that. And Twitch, we're streaming right now on 5 services. So thank you for tuning in. And we got about 2 or 3 more ounces of coins to sell. I'm trying to get through it as fast as possible, okay? I'm trying to see what these go for just out of curiosity, but it's going to take me too long to find out. So how about I just do this? Let's do it the old-fashioned way. 95 times 3. $285, a 3 ounce St. Louis mint bar. These are numbered St. Louis mint, 95 times 3, so 285 each. Those are 3 ounce bars. We're doing all the 999 silver, pretty much 95 per ounce, which is just right now. Let me pull back, let me refresh Kitco, which is right now just $1.50 over spot. That is a great buy right now. $1.50 over spot for some of these odd shaped and 1 ounce silver bars. Holy moly. There'll be some people watching right now being like, dude, what is he doing? What is going on? Why is he selling this stuff for this is $95 an ounce? Does he know what he's doing? What is going on right now? Okay, let's see what I've got over here. Here's the next collectible silver I have. And boy, do I like these. I've kept a bunch of these. I just took home a Rembrandt the other day. These are $250. These are 2025 Cameroon Vincent van Gogh 1 ounce silver painting. So it looks like a painting. One of his Van Gogh's famous skeletons he did. These are $250. They made $9.99. They're colorized, and that's a Vincent van Gogh. It comes with box and paperwork, as you can see. Very, very cool. And those are $250. Van Gogh skull 1 ounce silver. Those are $9.99. Okay. I sold my Notre Dame to Paris, if you saw that earlier. That was an incredible thing we sold yesterday on eBay for $2,450. How many Kennedy halves? I got at least 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I got at least 16 right there. I actually just uncovered, because these were laying on top of them, I actually just uncovered the next box of halves. and I think they're all 40% that's left in here. Let me double check. It's looking like what's left is 40%. So right now at least 16. Right now at least 16. There should be another tub in here as I dig through this room. Y'all know how it is when I'm digging through these rooms over here. It's like, golly, there's no telling what I might unearth. Somebody said about currency earlier. There's some kind of currency wrapped up right here. We're about to get it out. Then I'm about to start selling these pennies, okay? I'm about to just put them up for auction to get the chat rolling with an interesting auction, okay? So let's see what we got going on, okay? This is the way we bought these in this bag. So let me pour them out and just see what's going on here, okay? Ooh, I like stuff like this because it hadn't really been gone through. I'm going to glance through it and make sure there's no silver in here. But this is a coin lot, okay? I'm seeing foreign. I'm seeing a little bit of foreign, and I'm seeing a lot of wheatback pennies. I hadn't, honest to goodness, I have not dug through these at all. I don't see anything silver right off the bat, but I'm going to say everything in this pile, that might be right there. There's a very good chance that is. What is this? I think that is. That looks like a Canadian. No, it's not. It's 1980. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I don't think anything in here is silver, but a lot of old coins. There's a Buffalo nickel. There's Canadian. I see stuff from the 60s, and of course, a lot of wheatback pennies from the 50s. We're going to auction this off. So everything I just dumped out right here, we're going to say a $5 start, okay? $5 starting bid, everything I just dumped out, and then I'll put it back into that bag, and it'll be yours. So coin lot, $5 start. Coin lot, $5 start. There's those two dateless halves for Danny. I didn't put those on the table yet. Let me go do that right now. All right, knocking this stuff out. Let's see what I have. There's the Cameroon schools. And let's see here. Let's see what else I got. Other statuettes. Iron Man. These are pretty cool. I got Iron Mans. For those that's been buying 1 and 2 of all the statues that I get in. $135, which I think is a great price for these, not being what I'm seeing spot at right now. So there's Iron Man. We still got a Batman. There's still a Spider-Man on the table. There's Iron Man, same price, $135. Mystery bag has a bid for $5. Okay? So we have Stephen A. Young on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Kennedy halves. Thank you. Stephen on 5 Kennedy halves at $33.50 each. $33.50 each on the Kennedy halves. Thank you on that. $33.50 each on the Kennedy halves. Consider those sold. Thank you. Those are done to you. All right. Let's see. Let's get out some more bars and whatnots over here. Trying to show you everything I can. Might be somebody waiting for one that popped up. 3 ounce. I think I'm out of 1 ounce stuff. So your best bet would be buying a 3 or 5 ounce bar right now. Instead of buying 5 1 ounce, just buy 1 5 ounce. That's going to be your best bet right now. Okay. Okay, now the lot has a new bid for 6. Okay, there's more St. Louis 3 ounce bars, which if you missed that, 95 times 3, the 3 ounce bars are $285. St. Louis Mint. Okay. St. Louis Mint, there's those. Still got Morgans here. I mean, do I need to bring out more? Somebody looking for a certain date, not a $10,000 one. Let's do this right over here. Get all my trash off the table. Trying to clean up a little bit. Vincent Van Gogh still available. So bag, Ken, a half. BJ, you want 10 Kennedys for 33 each? Is that right? Is that what you're asking? 10 Kennedys at 33 each. All righty. Let's see here. Okay, I can't remember what I used to price this for. Let me do the conversion here on Google. Let's see. 13.5 grams to troy ounces. Let me see what this is melts for right now. Okay, so yeah, this is 0.34. I think I were selling these for 100. They carried quite a bit of premium over silver, but I'll go ahead and price them tonight for $125. $125. And that is for the 50 cal sniper rifle. Once again, made by the same artist that does the statues. This is going to carry quite the premium over spot. It's just 12.5 grams, but very cool. $125 on that. That's for the 50 cal sniper rifle. That is pure silver, okay? So who has the high bid on this? David Tate, you're out. Chad Sauls has these for $6. I'm about to sell them, okay? Here is another 2-ounce bar. Looks like the 2-ounce stuff's been getting grabbed up. So here we go. 2-ounce bar, $190. That looks pretty dang cool. 2-ounce bars on that one. That's Rogue Island's Mint. Oh, it looks like a Nintendo controller. Okay, cool. It looks like a Nintendo controller. $195. And I've got 2 of them. They look like the original Nintendo, the NES controllers. And those are numbered too. They're numbered on the side. So $190 on the 2-ounce controllers. 2-ounce controllers, $195 on that. All right, all these coins here are sold for $6. And this $6 lot is sold to Chad Sauls. Let me scoop that back into a bag for Chad, okay? Let me scoop that back in a bag for Chad. Let me find that bag. I don't know where the bag it was in, but here, we'll do this one. This looks like a good bag. Danny on 2, is that for both or is that for a 2-ounce? Okay, let me know what that was for. Cool lot here for those that have been looking for wheat pennies. You just missed your chance, okay? Ooh, that's pretty cool. That one had that's one of those foreign coins that have a hole drilled through the center. All right. 1 2-ounce. All right, 1 Nintendo controller sold to Danny, and these are numbered 51 of 500, and there's 1 left. Yes, Jay Nutra, it is. All right, that's sold for $6. Let's get those off the table. And there's the controller for Danny. 95. They're 95 per ounce times 2 is 190, and those are done. And then over here, let's go back. Let's start with this. Let me see what Tanner has said over here. Let's see over here. Okay. All right, and then Jay Nutra gets the other one. All right, that's sold. Thank you. All right, boom. Moving stuff. Trying to clear off my first shelf over here. Looks like Jill's wrapping up Van Halen lights. Van Halen lights are being wrapped. I'm also wrapping up silver. Jolly St. Nick. Let's go get our first copper. And while I got to walk up front anyway to get him out of the cabinet and get my monster because I'm thirstier than the devil with cotton in his mouth. Holy moly. Let's start right here with these. And how much are these? These are $22. Okay. These are pretty cool. We'll start with these 22. Let me go grab my monster up here. I forgot about the NFL game. It went in overtime. Yeah, I get too busy on Sunday. If I do a coin sale on Sundays, I'm out on the NFL. I woke up at 5 o'clock. I woke up at 5 o'clock this evening, and said, all right, let's do it. Of course, that's the time I wake up I wake up about 4 o'clock every day. We'll start with this copper here. The copper snow globes, 5 ounces, $22. So it looks like a Christmas snow globe. It's an airtight 5 ounces, $22. Okay, 5 ounces, $22. That's copper. That's what I have in stock right now. Scott Oman on 2 dateless. Wait a minute, who asked about the bag here? Okay, BJ wanted these other Kennedys. BJ got these other 10 Kennedys. 10 times $33.50. These are sold for $335. Okay, $335. These are sold to BJ Dickmere, that other bag of Kennedys. All right, so let's sell those to him. Those were 10 times $33.50. Those are on the sold table. I want to make sure I don't miss anything here because now there's a lot of options. Now there's a lot of stuff listed back here. All of a sudden you can buy it now. Okay, Danny, let me find, I should have a big box of these. Let me see what I can come up with. Okay, let's see here. These are, okay, there's those. Okay, here we go. I got plenty. I got plenty. Okay, I got a whole box of these. Y'all ready? Claim away. So let's go down the line. First person is Scott Oman on 2 dateless. Okay, Scott's getting these 2 dateless walk-in Liberty quarters at 15 and 15. Thank you. Those are sold at 15 and 15. Let's put those right over here. Those are sold to him, 15 and 15. Done and done. All right. Now, the next comment, The next comment was Danny on the 2 snow globes. All right, so to Danny, 2. All right, and then next was Adam Bernardi on 2. And then Scott Oman on 1. Scott Oman on 1. And then Chad Sauls on 2. And then Kathy on 1. And then we have Chad Snyder on 1. So let me read it off again, and then I'm going to go put them on the table. We have, how many of these left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I got 12 left in this box. Okay, so first thing I have is this. Renee wants 5. Danny has dibs right now. Renee wants 5. We'll see. Danny just asked right before you. Right now we got 2 for Danny. We got 2 for Adam. We got 1 for Scott Oman, 2 for Chad Sauls, 2 for Charlie DeFrank, 1 for Kathy, and I think I need another one for Chad Snyder. Okay, so let me do this. Hold on one second. Let me make sure I count all these out right. I don't want to make sure everybody gets them that wanted them. Danny got 2. Adam Bernardi got 2. Okay, and then Scott Oman got 1. Let me pause there with Scott Oman. I gotta go ahead and start putting these on the table.
I didn't count your 1 short of, like I didn't send you 1.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. They didn't do that on the Beatles either, and I still never did reach out to them. They're shorting us on these lights. I gotta reach out to this guy. Okay, then Chad Sauls got 2. Charlie DeFrank. Chad Sauls got 2. Charlie DeFrank got 2. And then Kathy got 1, and Chad Snyder got 1. I knew I miscounted somewhere. It's because I got 2, and then 2, and then 1, and then 2 for Chad Sauls, 2 for Charlie DeFrank, 1 for Kathy, and 1 for Chad Snyder. Okay? So I had less than whatever I just said earlier to Danny. I knew I messed up something there. So there was 2, and then 2, and then 1 and 1, I hope. Okay? Then we got to see where Danny's decision came in at. And Danny's decision is going to be dependent on everybody else. Okay. Let's see. All right, so Danny said 5-ounce copper. I want 4 of total 5. Yes, they're 5. So he gets 4. All right, so let's go ahead and give Danny 4. All right, there's 4 more for Danny. Yes. Sorry on that. Got 4 more for Danny. Let's put these right over here. Boom. Okay. Now, let's see what else is going on. The next question was Renee, or the next claim was Renee. She wanted 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Renee. Renee, I got your 5. Chad Sauls wanted 2 more. Chad, I'm going to give you 1 more. And I got a couple more boxes over here. Let me see what we got going on, okay? And then it's going to be up to Tanner to let me know what is available for sale and which ones before I show any others, okay? So, Chad, I owe you 1 more if they come up. And didn't Renee and I comment before? Not before. Everybody got 1 except you didn't get an additional one, okay? Okay, that might be all the copper for tonight. I think the rest of it is spoken for. Chad, I only want 4 total, so I only 2 additional from the last 2 I claimed. Okay, so 2 more putbacks from Danny, or 2 putbacks from Danny. You only want 4 total, so I just got you down with, if you want 4 total, your last stack had, right here, okay? So, Chad, you are getting 2 more, and then that leaves 1, okay? So, Danny wanted 4 total. So, that leaves 1 more, and this is, Matt Nichols if he wants it, okay? Matt Nichols if he wants it. The gun is 12.5 grams. It's $125. 12.5 grams, $125. Morgans are $95 each. Morgans are $95 each. How many dateless quarters are left? 0. There are 0 dateless quarters left until I find more. They're all spoken for. Okay, there's only one 64 Kennedy half right now. There are 0 dateless quarters left right now. Let me look. There are 0 left right now. Yeah, there's 0 left right now. Thank you, Jill. Be careful going home. Pet Jesse for me. All right, y'all ready for a cool auction? I have not went through them. I mean, look, this has not been opened. Let's open it up. The roll says Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Fidelity National Bank. That looks like a 50-year-old roll. Who knows? It could be from 1991. Okay, so these are Jefferson nickels. That's why I wanted to open it. I was wanting to make sure they're not Buffalo. These are Jefferson nickels. Let's open it up. What year? 64. I got 66. And I'm going to keep this rolling here. I think there's one more in there. Okay, there we go. All right, so Jefferson nickels, looks like 60s. That was in this roll. The reason I opened it, because the rest of the bag is Buffalo nickels. Okay? So that's all Buffalo nickels. Most with, well, a lot of them have dates. Okay. Let's do this right here. And then there is the no-date Buffalo nickels. $2 worth. So here's what we got. So most of these Buffaloes have dates, 1937, 1936, 1936, 1936, 1926, I think is what the, 1929, excuse me. All right, so all this, a $15 start auction. That's how we found them. The nickels, a $15 start auction. Let's do that. We have the snow globe sold to Kathy Hodges, okay? Snow globe sold to Kathy Hodges. That's done. Sold to her for $22. All right. Philip, I'll have to pass on the rifle offer. This one carries a much, I have to have 125 or that, or pretty close to it. It is exactly 4.34 ounces. It's not going to be anywhere close to melt on that one, unfortunately. That's about the only thing not even remotely close to melt tonight I have. It looks like it. Okay. Are these more halves? Let's go through them. Nickel lot, $15 start. Let's see. There's more Walking Liberties, $33.50 each. There's more Walking Liberties. More Walking Liberties, $33.50 each. Okay. All these are being sold together. Here we go. Here we go. I hadn't shown this yet. 95 times 5. 95 times 5 is $475. 5-ounce bar. $475. 5-ounce bar. $475. 5-ounce bar. There's that. This is Vincent van Gogh. This is a 1-ounce silver, the skull painting. $250 on Vincent van Gogh. The date on the Walking Liberty should be all 40s. If you want me to give you an example, this stack right here has 1942, 1943, 1942, 1942, 1935, 1940, 1944. That one's dateless. We'll do that one later. 1944, 1942, and that one's damaged. We'll do that one later, okay? So those are $33.50 each. I would rather just sell them in random quantities, but we'll see what happens. Okay, let's get right back in here. Let's see what's in this. I have, oh wow, that's what I like. Gold, gold, silver, silver. Here we go. Here we go. I like what I'm seeing. Gold, gold, silver, silver. A roll of Morgans, another roll of Morgans. I've got 2025 preview marks. I've got 2025 preview marks. I've got 2025 preview marks. I've got Superman 1 ounce gold. I've got Libertads. I've got everything you could ever imagine, and then some. Let me go back and check the copper reserve. Let me see. We're chipping away at it. For those that collect records, Paul found, and I just moved it. That was the sound you just heard go across. I just found a whole tub of autographed albums. I mean, it's pretty insane from this newest collection. All right, let me see what I have in here. Okay, we're getting down to the last couple. Snow Globe, $22. Snow Globe, $22. That's it. I think that was the last box. 22. Let me make sure. Hold on. Okay. Nope. Those are already spoken for. All these nickels right now, $20 is the bid with Steely Rapier. All the nickels are at $20 right now with Steely Rapier. I had another really cool copper item. Let me make sure. Let me see. Let me see. Let me get him some counts here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think 10. Okay. Nickels are not silver. Nickels are nickel. Nickels are made out of nickel. They're Buffalo nickels, some dateless, some not. And then this was a roll of Jefferson nickels we busted open. Okay. So Snow Globe sold to Steely Rapier for $22. There's one left. I'm digging stuff out little by little. Now it's kind of scattered everywhere. I've got stuff behind me. I've got stuff in our metal rack. I'm pretty sure we got stuff in the safe I hadn't even got out yet. So pulling out item by item over here till I can find it all and get it all out. Let's see here. There's more rolls of Morgans. Should have another tub of halves around here somewhere. I moved stuff around all week, and then I'm like, hold on a minute. Aha, here's some stuff. Yes, I like the way this sounds. There we go. That sounds pretty good. Heard a little bit of a ching in there. Okay, David takes it out. Steely had these for $20. We're about to sell them all. Okay, there's the Space Commanders. Let's set those over here. Tanner says he's buying those. Everybody's wanting. Now there's a rush on copper all of a sudden. And then Farmers. Those are spoken for. Okay. All right, let me find. See what's in this tub over here. All right. There's that. Okay. Here we go. All righty. So I've got Morgans from a different collection that I might can sell a little bit cheaper. So let's see what's going on right here. And see what's going on right here. Right. This is the first time. This is the first time I'm going to have Morgans at $85, okay? I've got 1885. I've got 1921. This one has tape residue on the back. 1885. Oh, these are the only time they're going to be $85 tonight. 1885. 1800, or excuse me, 1880. 1901, New Orleans. 1898, but there's a scratch on her face. Somebody did an X mark in 1885. So, man, that right there might be the buy on the Morgans. These that are laid out right here are 95. These are all extremely fine or better, okay? We sold a Snow Globe lot out, and thank you, Kobe. And let me bag up these nickels. These are sold for $20, okay? Copper is all spoken for. I think I've got one more novelty copper item over here I'm going to try to find. David, or Steely, I'm just going to mix all this up. I'm going to let you have the fun of sorting it all. Okay? So let me tag all these away for you. Thank you on that. All right, this might be, when this is all said and done tonight, might be our highest grossing sale of all time. It very well could be when we're finally all said and done tonight, because I bet there's some people watching like, okay, I'm going to wait in just a second, and then I'm just going to wipe him out on all those quarters. I'm going to wipe him out on all those halves. I'm just waiting for the right moment. I'm going to give you that old bank roll too. They're just like, I'm just waiting for the right moment to strike this guy. I'm going to hear me. I'm going to drop a bomb on Chad. I'm going to say, Chad, just go ahead and give me all your halves. Go ahead and just give me all those Morgan silver dollars. Just go ahead and give me whatever. You just start putting stuff on my invoice. I don't even care what it is. I just need to spend some money. Just ring me up, buddy. All right, let me about the copper. Okay, let's see here. Okay, 2 more options of copper that could probably be for sale. Before that, let me verify. Okay, and over here we have okay. Boom, 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 boom. Done. And here we go. All right, I'll do these for $125. $125. I got MS69 slabbed PCGS kookaburras. MS69. These are 125 bucks. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. They're all $19.90. These are slabbed. For those that's been looking for slab silver, PCGS 1990 kookaburras, $125. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. $125 on those. Okay, there's that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 125 on that. J Beach. I'll tell Tanner right now. J Beach 12078 says he hasn't got invoice for last week silver. Done. Okay. Those were the first year on the kookaburras. Very much so. Very possibly. There could be a chance. 1990 Australian kookaburra. See what Google can find out. Might be the first year. I'm seeing some pretty hefty prices for some of these. Am I insane, or is 125 a steal? I think it are. Those will go out with normal invoices tomorrow. There you go. If you bought something middle of the week, that will be invoiced with stuff that goes out tomorrow. It looks like 125 on these would be very fair. Very fair. Extremely fair. Beyond fair. Unbelievably fair. Mind-blowingly fair. Oh, more buffalo nickels. Okay, what about a kilo? Anybody want to buy a kilo? And I'm not talking about the stuff you put up your nose. All right. Here's a chance. Cool size for your bar collection. 1 kilo to Troy ounces. This is all a new invoice. I said you'd get this probably middle of the week. $32.151. $32.151. $3,054.35 is the cash or bank wire transfer price. Okay? This is 1 kilo, which is 32.151 troy ounces at 95 an ounce, is $3,054.35. Okay? 1 kilo pure silver, Silvertown. $3,054.35 down to the penny. That's the cash or bank wire price. There's that option. There's also the 100-ounce bar. I got 5-ounce bars. I got 3.215 bars. I've got Morgan's at $95 an each. I've got about 300 in stock. I've got silver halves for $33. There's only one piece of gold left on the table. The SpongeBob 1 gram for $400. We've already sold one. There's one left. SpongeBob for $400. And this right now at a stupid price, a really, really stupid price, $4,700 for the 1-ounce gold American Eagle. I've got this 5-ounce bar at $500. Very cool, vintage silver refining company. It's a bar. It is a silver bar. That one's $500. Pretty collectible there. A 5-ounce small rectangular. Okay. All right. Now I do have other copper options for you. Here comes the next, and I have these right here. Stand by. Now these I think are the same price as the others, but they're a little bit less for they're a little bit less weight, but they're the same price for two reasons. They are 1 ounce, they're limited edition, they're die cut, and they're shaped like a jet airplane, and they're $22. Let me show these to you right now. Let me show these to you for right now, okay? All right, let's do these. These are $22. $22, okay? Here's what they look like. These are $22. They're die cut. They look like an F-22 Raptor. 1 ounce copper, $22. They made 3,000 of them. I've got 1, I've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are 1 ounce copper. I've got 9 in stock. They're $22, okay? Price on the 1880 Morgan. 1880 Morgan. Did I have an 1880? Let's see here. Okay, well, what I've got here, so here's the deal on Morgans. I've got pre-1900 Morgans. They're all extremely fine or better. I've got about 300 of them. They're $95 each. They're extremely fine or better. And then these here came from a different collection. These are slightly lesser grade, and I was doing those for $85. So there is an 1880 in here, and it's $85. Anything you buy tonight will probably be invoiced around the middle of the week. Okay? Scott Oman gets a Raptor at $22. Philip Sweet wants 2 of them at $22. And Charlie DeFrank wants 2 of them at $22. All right, there's that. And then I have 2 more other copper options. I'm just honestly trying to locate them right now. So we're getting to that point of the sale where I'm like digging and digging and finding and finding. I'm starting to act like Indiana Jones in here. I put on a hat. I get out a bullwhip and I start trying to find stuff. All right, Jay Beach wants the 1880, which was $85. So the rest of these, $85. That'll be the last ones I have for $85, and then these are $95, okay? And like I said, about the only thing on a price break would probably be the Morgans if you bought maybe, I don't know, a roll, which would be just a great decision, probably the best decision you'll make all week. You might make some bad decisions. Some of y'all might be making bad decisions right now. The Kookaburras are already spoken for. We already sold all 25 of those. Already sold all those. All right, let's see here. Dateless, 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 dateless. All right. There's 10 more dateless Standing Liberty quarters. I just found them in this tub. $150 for 10. $150 for 10 dateless. Here in a minute, I'll do a cleanup and kind of show you what's going on. And I'm going to get everything kind of pushed and back to the back. It's about that time. How long have we been live? Almost 2 hours. It's about time to recap, because I bet there's some stuff on the table that would sell again. And then I'm going to push it all to the back and get a new wave of merchandise laid out. 1 second. Danny, there's your chance on the dateless. Whew, okay. Then I can start taking requests. We'll start back here in the back and we'll work our way in a circle, all right, very quickly. So this is a handmade 50 cal sniper rifle, 12.5 grams, very cool collectible piece. This is 12.5 grams, okay? 12.5 grams, $125 on that. That's the 50 cal sniper rifle, $125 on that. Now, one great deal I have, below melt price, are walk-in Liberty halves. I'm just trying to sell them in random quantities. I've already got a baggie here for you. I've made sure they all have dates. They're $33.50 each, so a bag here would be $330.50. $33.50 times 10 is $335. I don't know what I just said, but $335, and then I've even got more of them. Okay, you will get a full date. They're all from the 40s, most of them, and that is that. Danny, these are below melt. He takes the 10 dateless quarters, Standing Liberties, at $150. Always be careful. If you're buying stuff by weight and not necessarily by per coin or face value, some of these older coins don't have as much weight. So like if you're on a website like Coinflation, that is the price for the original minted weight. So you get more bang for your buck, like on the 90% Kennedys. Walkers might be slightly less, but they're an older coin and typically sell for, you know, the better premium, okay? So there's your chances on walkers. I've got individuals. I've already got a baggie there made up. $33.50 each on those. Here's a collectible coin. It's our last of its kind, though. This is a 2024 Mexico Libertad Golden Moon, $115. Golden Moon, that's $115. Let me show you what that looks like. It's a colorized Libertad limited edition. That's 1 ounce silver, and that is from Mexico. They made 499 of them. That's a very nice coin, $115. Here is a 5 ounce bar, okay? 5 ounce times 95. All the 999 bullion bars, unless I deem it something vintage or collectible, 95 an ounce. All the 1 ounce stuff is gone. But for those that were going to buy 5 1 ounce, why not just go ahead and buy 1 5 ounce? $475, 5 ounce bar. Leslie's going to get the colorized moon. Thank you. That's sold to Leslie. $115. That price was back from November, I think. Some of these collectible coins have not been adjusted yet. There's that. And then let me step over here and, well, let me finish the quick recap. Here was a really cool 10 ounce bar. Tri-State Refining, 10 ounce bar. You guessed it, 95 times 10, I'll do the math for you, $950. Peace dollars, all EX or better, all extremely fine or better. Peace dollars, $85 each. $85 each on peace dollars. Random year, it's just $85, okay? Here's more 10 ounce bars. I've got Pioneer Metals, $950. $950. $950. Pioneer Metals. That's another 10 ounce bar. Here's another smaller weight for you. I think it's pretty cool. The St. Louis Mint, 3 times 95, $285. $285 on the St. Louis Mint. 3 times 95, $285. I've got those. Those are 3 ounce bars. There's 4. There's only one 64 Kennedy half until I can find that other dang tub that is literally completely full of silver halves. So there's only one 64 Kennedy left. That's the same price, $33.50. There's 2 big enchiladas on the table. Really 3. Here's the first one, the 1 ounce gold. It's $4,700 bank wire or cash price. And then the other big enchilada is the 1 ounce kilo, $3,054.35. That is the cash or bank wire. And then the huge enchilada, the 100 ounce bar. That's $9,500, $95 per ounce right now. And that's a bank wire or cash price transfer. That's a big bar. That's a big bar right there. Okay, now earlier, I was offering below melt these 40% halves. You heard me correctly, below melt. And let me pull back up a live price. They were $130. $130. Let's go over here and we have, let me find them. This was the 40% silver halves. Okay, and then a lot of 10, it's went up. It has literally went up since I have priced them. They're still $130. The melt on these are $137.60. Those are 40% silver halves. That is some of the only silver I have below melt. Okay, there's more Morgans. I've got a bunch of them. There's another roll of 20, another roll of 20. Here's what's left out of us busting up a roll. These nice ones are $95 each. There's the other Morgans. There's the other Morgans. Those are 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 Morgans. $85 a piece, lesser grade. Graded kookaburras. $125 for slab silver right now. The first year, collectible and slabbed. Great price. Kookaburras. These are 100 gram marked. 100 gram marked. 305.50. 305.50. That's 3.215 troy ounces. Scottsdale bars. That's 95 per ounce. Great price on those. Surprisingly, we still have quarters. I was pricing quarters at $17 each. I've got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, and I haven't counted these stacks. Those are, oh, Matt said take kookaburras. Matt, I am sorry. I thought you were talking about cougarans. MT Matt, I'm so sorry. You were talking, when you said take all earlier, you were talking about kookaburras. I thought you were talking about cougarans. I had South African cougarans earlier. Now, I want to let you know, this does not affect the grade, but some of these, almost all of them are tarnished. I want to let y'all know, tarnish on silver does not affect the grade, okay? It does not affect the grade. So this thing could be completely purple and brown. It's still going to be an MS69, just FYI. Matt, I'll give you these 3 here on top that have matching white labels, okay? I'll give you these 3 that have matching white labels. All right, those are the MT Matt. Danny said take bag at $125. I'm not going to take an offer when I've already priced it for less than melt, Danny. I've already got it less than melt. I have a bunch of them. Maybe if you buy, if I can find them, a bunch of them here in a minute per bag, but I'm going to leave those right there. The Scottsdales are 305.50. They are 3.215 troy ounce. They're 3.215 ounce troy, and that would make them 305.50 each. Yes. Empty Matt, I'm sorry. I got kookaburras and cougarans. I got the K's mixed up. Empty Matt on 3 at $125 each. Thank you on that. And I have our cost brought down on those. We paid up for those. We got those from another dealer because they're supposed to carry a pretty good premium because they're the first year. So there's quarters, and then of course I just showed SpongeBob Gold. SpongeBob Gold, 1 gram, $400. That's official. Perth Mint. Perth Mint is Australia. It's officially licensed. SpongeBob SquarePants, $400. Philip Regaldo takes both Scottsdale. I've got other really cool high-end collectible silver to do. We have another air horn. He's going to take both 305, 305.50 each, okay? Okay, so there's that. 305.50 each. I'm going to make sure so the taggers know that's for each coin, okay? For that's each coin. Let's go over here and do that. Done and done. Wow. This could be, I'm going to have to sit, I'll have to rely on my memory, but I'm not joking. This might be, could be by the time we're done tonight, probably the highest grossing live stream I've ever done. This is going to be a heck of a night. And we're just now, we hadn't even got through the ammo box of bars yet. Let me see what Tanner and Jake is saying. Top camera, if you need to show something up close detail, your phone wide camera, show fine detail. That is true. Or they're giving me some tips over here. Statues, 1 ounce Batman, 135. 1 ounce Spider-Man, 135. And then there's 2 Iron Mans left. So very cool. Here is the 1 ounce statues. Let me get the, let me show them up close right quick. We have, still got the kilo and the 100 ounce bar, by the way. We have Batman here. We got Spider-Man here and Iron Man. I still got a whole collection of these I hadn't got to. All right, the only copper that I've shown that's still in stock is this right here. The 1 ounce silver Raptors for $22. There's 3 left. And I've got 2 more copper options. I know where one of them is. The other one is still MIA. Oh, and this. There's 1 snow globe left, 5 ounce, $22. So that's a 1 ounce colorized 22. This is a 5 ounce, also colorized. It's the same price at $22. I think these are awesome. The Vincent van Gogh artwork. I've already kept a Rembrandt for my collection. I'm waiting for them to make others. I wish I would have kept the Mona Lisa when we had it in. That was awesome. But these are Van Gogh, the Van Gogh skeleton or the skull, and that's $250. I got more slab silver here I'll get to in just a second. Scott Allman wants the snow globe. Thank you. Okay, and then, so 33. Let's do dateless or week date. I mean, you can see it's a 1941, but it's week. $31. $31 on the week Walk in Liberty. 31. That's still, it shouldn't be that cheap, but I'm going to make it that cheap. It shouldn't be that much difference for a weekday, but just to get it sold. When you're buying halves from me, you should expect to be getting a whole day on the rim. Don't ever let somebody fool you by selling you a whole roll of coiled out halves at the typical melt value. Make sure they should be pricing you full dates, okay? Full dates. Danzig wants a Van Gogh for $250. Man, should I keep the last one? I don't know. I like Van Gogh, but I've been looking for all the Rembrandts. I think they're eventually going to make all of them. There's a Van Gogh, thank you. And then I just seen where the half sold. I'm going to go ahead and lay it. I forgot who, but I'm going to go ahead and put it on the table. Some of these I did keep the 5 ounce Rembrandt. It's like $1,000. The 5 ounce Rembrandt, it's like $1,000. I've kept it. It's amazing. The one that got stolen from the museum up in Chicago, my favorite painting, and it's I kept it. I was like, I got to keep this. If not, next year they're going to be on eBay for $2,800, and I'm going to be like, oh my gosh, why did I not keep that? Gosh, Chad, I'm going to be like Chris Farley. Stupid, stupid. Oh gosh, stupid, stupid. Okay. Next thing is Chad Saul's got that half for $31. Leslie bought a Mona Lisa. Great decision. Are you selling the Peter Criss and Back to the Future album? Are they cool background? No, vinyl. If you're finding our channel for the first time, we sell records Monday through Saturday, 6 p.m.-ish up until 1 and 2 a.m. every night. I'll be back on here tomorrow selling records. These coin sales are rare. I have been selling silver during the record sales. We've been selling silver all week. I mean, we've sold a lot just this week during our record sales. But if you're interested in records, these are all for sale. Peter Criss is $36.99. Back to the Future is $33.99. And Pink Floyd's $119. Okay? So we have a 5 ounce, $500 on that one. Okay? Now, what's the silver? Show the Iron Man up close. Sure thing. There's Iron Man. It's kind of a little short and stocky. So is the Batman. They're kind of like a big head. They're kind of designed to be like a small little big head type deal. So, oh, we do knives, yes. I have more case knives than I'd like to admit. I was going to try to start mixing them in, and bear with me, and I'll do that. And honestly, they just need to be on sale. They've already announced the vault pattern for this year, which is a cheetah. They're doing a cheetah this year for the vault pattern. I hadn't even started selling last year's vault pattern. They're still boxed up and just got them out. Okay, here's a really cool collectible silver piece. These are $149.99. And give me a second, and I'll weigh you a half, and I'll show you how much difference it makes up, okay? So this is $149.99. Give me a second, I'll start bringing out some case knives on sale. Okay, this is really cool, though. $149.99. It looks like a Coca-Cola vending machine. It opens up, and it has a 1 ounce colorized Coca-Cola tall boy wrapped in a Christmas ribbon. They're numbered, and this is officially government minted from NIU. And if you take the coin out, it doubles as a bank. So these are $150 essentially. $150. They're from the Pamp Mint. Happy Holidays from Coca-Cola. Those were supposed to come in during Christmas. We got them in, I think, just slightly after Christmas. So $150 now. That's 1 ounce with box and the bank. If those were manufactured right now, that's a locked-in price. Yeah, they came in 3 days before Christmas. If these were manufactured in today's spot, you got to think silver futures, which is a contractual agreement to buy silver. is trading right now at 105 an ounce. That's silver futures. If you hear people talking about silver futures, that's a contract where somebody buys 1,000 ounces typically for manufacturing and industry, right? I think they're trading. I don't know if somebody could look it up right now. I think silver futures are at $105 an ounce. So you'd basically be agreeing to buying 1,000 ounces at 105 an ounce. So you use that price to calculate what this stuff would be manufactured at. The new retail price on that would be like $250. $250 on that. Okay. Here is another 3-ounce bar. That's the St. Louis Mint. There's another 3-ounce bar. That was already priced. I've just found another one of those. That's 95 times 3. So those are $285. And we have peace dollars. No, those are from a different collection. I hadn't shown those yet. Okay, and then here are, okay, there's another dateless Walker. I'll do that for 31. And then this one has a little bit of a chip in it. I'll also do it for 31, okay? 31 and 31 on that. 31 and 31 on that. There's that and there's that, okay? All righty, there's that and there's that. How many times have I said that tonight? Let me go get the other copper option up here. Oh, buddy. Well, unfortunately, Philip, I'm not a robot. Now, if I didn't have to sleep and I didn't have obligations to run another live stream 8 to 9 hours a night, and if you could figure out a way to clone me, I would gladly sell you pocket knives and coins every single night, Philip. But until you can figure out a way that I don't have to sleep, and if you can figure out a way to cause me to sell less records, then I will start doing this 24/7 around the clock without any sleep. Until then, I can only do them about once a month. We have copper bullets at $5 a piece. Copper bullets at $5 a piece. There are 2, there are 4, there's 6, there's 8, there's 10, there's 12, there's 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. These are 1 ounce. These are 1 ounce pure copper. They're $5 a piece, okay? I was going to get a scale and show you the difference in weight on those, but it's really not too much. You're getting those at a great price, the dinged one and the dateless at $31.31. Okay? All right, here's another cool 5-ounce bar, Silvertown. So 95 times 5 is $475. 95 times 5, $475. Another 5-ounce bar. I've got a lot of those. Danny wants 5, so 2, 4, 5. I would put pew pew. Facebook doesn't like you saying the word bullet or ammunition, so put freedom seeds. That's what they call them, freedom seeds or pew pews. And Danny gets 5 at $25, 5 each. Okay. All right, there's the Coca-Cola thing. Pennies. Yeah, let me see what else I got over here in miscellaneous coins we can run for auction, okay? All right, so let's see here. Those are face value. There's a couple random tchotchkes. What do we have here? Well, we just sold a bunch of wheat back. That's just like change. I think that's just a bunch of... I think this is just a bunch of change, honestly, but let's take a look at it. All right, so these are Susan B. Anthony's and Sacagawea dollars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's 10. And then here's some standard Kennedys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 50. So let's say 16. And then I don't know what's in here. It looks just like a bunch of old change. But there's got to be $1 or 2 in there, right? There's several quarters. So we'll say all this right here, a $20 start. So standard Kennedy halves from the 70s, Susan B. Anthony and Sacagawea dollars, and then whatever's in this little mystery pack. It looks like pennies and dimes, and I see a bicentennial quarter or 2. So that's like $18 in face value. I mean, you could take that and probably spend it for 18. So we'll say a $20 start, whatever's right there. Danny got 5 bullets. He also wants both dateless halves at $31.31. J.E. Hennessy wants 2 copper bullets, and Kathy wants 4. All right. Coin lot, $20 start. Coin lot, $20 start. And I mean, the Susan B. Anthony's, you know, I usually card those up and sell them for $3-4 each. I'd rather just go ahead and sell it all in one big lot right now to y'all. Okay, now let's show a case knife on sale just to get some knives going. There's been some people asking, there's been some people begging, and let's just get one on the table and let's go ahead and show it. It's 25% off list price. And I think this is a new pattern that I never did get to. This is $89.99 at 25% off. This is case knives made in the United States of America. Carbon steel. This is a dark red burlap micarta smooth mini trapper. Let's go ahead and turn on my flashlight here, my spotlight. A 2-blade mini trapper without cutting my finger wide open live for everybody to see. A dark red burlap micarta smooth mini trapper. $67.49. Those were listed at $89.99. There you have it. 67, that's 25% off. There's my calculation to prove it. Okay, the lots at 2021, now 22. There's the copper bullets at 5 each. Boy, I figured those would be boom sold out by now. But they're still lingering around. All right, and let me check these for dates. If they're, let me see what I got on here. No date, no date, no date, no date. All right, here we go. 10 more Standing Liberty no dates. Or if they're on there, you're going to have to study it. $150. 10 no dates, Standing Liberty quarters, $150, okay? There's that. 10 dateless Standing Liberty quarters. Danny, you're out on the lot. Leslie has it right now at 22. That's an autograph poster. That's a tub. Okay, let me get in here and start digging out some more silver. I think some people like these name brand silver bars. Believe me, I do too. Let's see what we got in here. All right, we've got a bunch of those already on the table. We got those. All right, these are pretty dang cool. This is really odd. Somebody should buy that just because of the oddity of it. Okay, then we need to go through the slab by slab here. Slab by slab. Okay, well that knife hang on a keychain. I don't know how you would get it on a keychain, honestly. Unless you'd have to have one of those hooks welded on there. Okay. These are these 100 gram? Okay, these are 100 gram too. Whoever just bought those other, let me go get my calculation. These are awesome. Scottsdale stackers. They're perfectly machined where they stack flush. Well, where they stack flush on top of each other. Those are Scottsdale stackers. And those stackers were the same price as the bars. They do those in 100 grams. It's $305.50 each, 3.215 troy ounces. So 3.215 ounce troy, 95 per ounce, makes that $305.50. $305.50. I'll double check that. 3.215 times 95, $305.50 each for these. Yes, that's the Scottsdale stackers. Leslie gets this coin lot for $24. Thank you, Leslie. Those are so to you. Just wrap all that up. That's so to Leslie for $24. Nice grab. All right, let's lay that right in here. Boy, I wish I had more fractional gold. Holy moly, we could sell the heck out of that if I knew where some more is. I'm trying to dig over here through my box and try to find all the fractional gold I can find. No luck yet. Jimmy 1 ounce silver statue. We're sold out of Jimi Hendrix. Here's Charmander. For those that still looking for silver statues, I got Charmander. I mean, anything Pokemon, right? There's Charmander. He's also $135. I think the card is up front, but it's definitely 1 ounce silver. It's definitely 1 ounce silver. Okay, here's some more bars. Let's see. There's another 10 ounce. That's a Perth Mint. That's a good one. $950 on the Perth Mint. There's another 5 ounce bar. International Trade bar, so 95 times 5. That one's $4.75. There's another bar. And then here's another bar. Now, this one's got a weird finish on it. We think it's just the way it was cast. This is a 4-ounce bar. That's a 4-ounce bar. 4 ounce times 95, 380 on the 4 ounce. What an odd size. A 4-ounce bar, 380 on that one. Cameron gets the Charmander for 135. Let me go see if I can get you a card. I know we have at least one more up front, and then I'm going to go grab the rest of our silver statuettes, okay? There's one other silver item that I have not located, and Tanner just messaged me. I'm glad he did, because I'm still missing some stuff. And, okay, and then look at this bar. I think this is, I might have to weigh this one. No, yeah, this is a bizarre one here. This is 8.1. Check this weight out. We'll say, I'm going to do this one for $7.75. The melt on it's $7.69, but let's say $7.75. What an interesting bar here. 8.1 ounce. Look at that. It's like just a square loaf. And it's stamped WCM. Pure silver, 8.1. And that is $775. What a weird one there. That's pretty cool. I like these odd and misshaped bars. Very cool. That's now trash. Okay, kookaburras. We still got a couple of those, so I'll keep my cost. Went through any of the collectible Silver Eagles yet. Let's see if we can find some more random coins. Okay, here's another coin lot. And like I said, I think a lot of these we kind of dug around through the silver. Let me dump this out and let's put all these up for lot. I like lots like this. Hope y'all do too. Here we go. Let's see what we got here in this one. This silver lot, or this lot of coins. This lot of coins. So right off the bat, you got 2 Ikes. You got a bicentennial Kennedy half and a 71 Kennedy half. There's another bicentennial Kennedy half, another bicentennial Kennedy half. There's lots of wheatbacks in here. There's some foreign coins. And let's say everything right here, a $10 start. Okay? That coin lot there, $10 start. Tanner's texting me right now locations of more collectible silver and copper that's somewhere inside of this building. I'm trying to find it too. Oh, wait a minute. Aha. Man, I found it. Whew. I was like, where are these at? Okay, I found them. I found a sticky note I've been looking for too. Sunday's always my cleanup day, and I like doing a coin sale because I literally are cleaning up. I knew somewhere I had more copper. These are the 40% halves. Okay, 40% halves. Bag, like I said, 130 a bag, which is less than melt. Less than melt, and that's how many I have. I'm sending these off to probably the refinery if we don't sell them tonight, okay? If we don't sell those tonight, they're going to the refinery. This is a really cool collectible copper thing. I have, Tanner says, set one aside for him, done. So I've got 4 in stock. These are $59.99, and that's what they're selling for. $59.99. This is copper. Let me show you the finished product. It's called Gaines. It's a pure copper barbell silver or barbell copper set. $59.99. It literally makes this weight. See? And let me give you the details here. Mini barbell set. Is there any? Okay, it's a Canadian product. I was looking for weights and measurements. I don't see anything on here. I might have to pull up the stats online. But it turns into a barbell. That's what it looks like unopened. They're $59.99. Okay? Mini barbell set. So that's what it looks like as the finished product. That's copper. Boy, if that was silver, that would be very expensive right now. I don't, let me see if they're, okay, let's see. This is weighted. So that's an ounce. That's an ounce. This is... Let's see, does it say right here? Half ounce. Okay, so ounce for the 45 plates. The 25 plates are half ounce. The bar is, I don't know how much the bar is. So the bar is probably an ounce or more. So this big plate's an ounce, that's a half ounce. So 1, 2, 3, probably 4 to 5 ounces, somewhere between 4 and 5. And it's comes as a set like this, $59.99. Okay, Warren, you've been outbid on this. Kenny bid 11. Kenny bid 11 on those. Kenny bid 11 on those. Uh-oh. I see cash. I like finding cash in the bottom of a box. Nice. I'll go through this in just a second. Look at that. All right, we'll go through that in just a second. They look kind of worn, but that's okay. Let's set that right over here. All right. Let me go get the rest of the statues and see what else is in that safe. Prospector's gone. Morgan's gone. Or Morgans are still left. So the statues I hadn't shown are this one and this one. I still got a Batman up here and an Iron Man, but there's already a Batman and Iron Man on the table there. Okay. So here's 2 other statues I hadn't shown. Halo Master Chief, also $135. Halo Master Chief, also $135, and Predator. So that's the next 2 I have, and I think the last 2 that I have. $135 on those. Okay. There's that. And Kenny, these are all sold to you. Let me get a new baggie for you. This is all sold to you for $11. All right. I got other coins that's not silver in here. Purple rain, purple rain. Done. Checking the back ops room, drill keys in, they're in the plastic boxes. Stacked up next. Okay, still getting locations of items for sale in this building. All right, there's that. Okay, still got all the Coca-Cola ones. This takes up quite a bit of space, so I'm going to take the barbells off. You know, some of the stuff I've got a little bit of room in, but 99% of the stuff I'm pricing is pretty firm. And if you're here to buy bullion, okay, for those that still watching, it's like I'm here to invest in silver. Any of these bars that I'm showing you right now is your best bet. You're buying it at a great price at 95 per, and I have plenty. I've got 5 ounce available, 3 ounce, 10 ounce, and if you want to get bigger, I've got even the bigger ones. And then I still got junk silver available. I can't believe we still have halves. There's 3 more Walking Liberty halves already bagged up. $33.50 each, which is below melt. That's kind of insane. I still got a 64 Kennedy. So my biggest surprise right now, like, wow, I can't believe this is still available. Probably any of the bars, any weight, and then the halves. Halves would probably be at the top of my list. Then any of the bars, any weights, and then the next thing would probably be Morgan's. I figured by now we'd already gone through 2 or 3 whole rolls. So they're still available. Here's Ox at $3 a piece. 1972, 1971, 1972. Bicentennial, which is, of course, 1976. 1971, 71, 72, and 71. Ox are $3 a piece. Next, I probably can't believe hadn't sold was probably the copper bullets at 5 each, and then these slab kookaburras. And then the only gold, other than, of course, the 1 ounce, that's a big investment, is probably the SpongeBob 1 gram. That's my top 5. I can't believe these hadn't sold. I hadn't got any of the slabbed eagles yet. Those are pricey, though. The average price on those are like $400 due to rare preview marks, but they've been selling. We've had no problem moving them on eBay. I'd rather sell them to y'all. Okay. Let's see what else I got over here. I have over here, let's see what's in this basket. In this basket, I have another sniper rifle, and another sniper rifle. Okay? There's those. There's 4 of those now. Okay, here's some really small fractional silver. These are those 1 grains. These are 1 grain silver. I'm going to say, what did I sell these for the last time? Let's see here. J Neutral wants 3 coppers. Right over here, we have 5 each. Yeah, these are 5 each. Ox have always traded for $3. Yes. Danny, if you want to send them to me for $20, I'll take them. I typically tell people I'll give you face value or maybe a little over because I sell them for like $3. But yeah, the banks can't order these anymore from the Federal Reserve. The banks used to could order these. The banks used to call the Fed and be like, we need, you know, this, and even $2 bills are scarce. Like even brand new $2 bills from the Fed usually sell for more than $2, especially if they're consecutive or uncirculated. Brand new ones, if they have, you know, a new date on them. But most of the time, I've asked all the banks, can y'all order $2 bills because I can sell them for more than face value? And they're like, nope. But yeah, these are out of circulation. These are obviously not being made anymore, and you can't get them anymore from the Federal Reserve. So they're definitely above face value. Okay, so over here, these are 1 grain silver. These are more like a novelty item. How about I can't remember what I paid for these. I paid quite a bit for them, even when silver was less. But let me see here. Let me think about this. Let me check price. Because last time I bought some, and then basically we had somebody want me to comp them, but I'll be willing to do that. These are silver. Yeah, so 9 is listed at $30 plus shipping. Let me see some sold prices. I'm going to try to get these where we can move a bunch of them tonight. Yeah, so 1 sold for $250 free shipping. 1 sold for $250 free shipping. They're individually, they're about $250 each. Okay. So let's do 10 at a time. Let's do 10 at a time. For $25. Okay. Let's do 10 at a time for $25. They're American grain. It has to permit United States citizens to purchase, sell, and otherwise deal and hold gold and silver in the United States or abroad. It has the U.S. statute on the back. So 10 for $25. American grain, 10 silver for $25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 10 for 25. And as you can see, I got a bunch of them. I got bags full of them. That's how I'd want to sell them. Or, I mean, we can break them down smaller. We can do 5 for 12.5. I don't want to sell them individually, but any quantity, minimum of 5 at $250 each. Okay, as many as y'all want to buy American grain, you just tell me, we'll count them out $250 each. No less than 5, and we'll do it from there. Okay, there's that. There's another empty tube. That's another empty bag. I got a little trash can going over here of empty tubes and empty bags. We reuse all this. Don't want to lose any of it. I'm going to put that in there. All these boxes that copper was in. There's all of our tubes. They're going to need those. All right. All right, there's that. Okay, how much would a set of 5 2 bills uncirculated and sequential? Well, like I said, if people bring them to me, if they have a lot of $2 bills that's like brand new looking, you know, I'll usually say, if we're buying a big deal, I'll be like, well, we can pay y'all face, so you don't have to take them to the bank and worry about doing all that. We'll pay you the face value, and we'll try to retail them a little over. So, like, if you have 5 uncirculated $2 bills, that's $10 minimum, right, in face value. We might try to sell them for $15 to $25, or at least start the auction at that, and then hopefully they go at least that or up, okay? Renee wants 10 silvers at $250 each, so that's $25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then Kathy wants the ox, okay? So these are sold 10 at $250 each. Kathy gets the ox at 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 times 3 is 24. All right, there's those. And I have some other ones over here that's not as in good enough shape that I might sell a little bit cheaper. Okay, so there's her 1 ounce or 1 grain. There's her ox. So, you know, we're making like a couple bucks a coin, and that saves people a lot of trouble than having to deal with them at banks or whatever. But, I mean, you could take a whole bucket of ox to the bank, and they'll give you face value. Y'all know those coins I had the other night that I was selling in rolls? I told y'all, I was like, I'm going to sell them until we can't get rid of them anymore. Then I'm going to take them to the bank. And I took $875 in there to the bank. And we busted them all open and stacked them and counted them. And so, here's some other ox. Let's see. Some of these, they look like, honestly, they've been polished. And some of them are not too bad. But let's sell these in lots of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 10 for $25. Or I'll say this other stack, which is 4, and I'll say these at $10, okay? So there's 4 for 10, or there's 10 for 25. That's how I want to sell those in those 2 stacks. All right, here we go, right up Danny's alley. 4 dateless standing Liberty quarters. 4 times 15, first come, first serve, 60 bucks. 60 bucks for 4 dateless standing Liberty quarters. There's another thing in this tub. Okay, I don't need that anymore, I don't think. We've already sold those. That's a price sheet. Okay. Danny takes the 4 dateless for 60. Robert Tomic gets the 10 ox for 25. Thank you. Don't ever clean coins. I mean, unless it's something that's inexpensive that you just want to mess around with. But, you know, never take a Morgan dollar and clean it. That will literally destroy all of its numismatic value. You can polish up this silver as much as you want to. It's still going to be worth the silver price. But don't ever, don't ever polish an old coin, okay? All right, so let's see here. That one's ripped. That one's really worn. That one has tape residue. That one's really worn. That one's ripped and worn. That one's worn, heavily circulated, heavily circulated, heavily circulated, heavily circulated, 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 circulated. That one's not too bad, and it's a 5. So here's what we're going to do. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 13, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think 2 just stuck together there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 26, $36 for all the silver certificate currency. $36 for all the silver certificate currency. $36 for all the currency there. Was the card of silver grain. It's a grain. 1 grain at $2.50 each. 1 grain. I got 1 ounce, anything you want. A 3-ounce bar, a 5-ounce bar, a 100-ounce bar, 95 each. I don't think I have anything 1 ounce left. I don't think I have anything 1 ounce left. And then we got a bunch of Morgans. Okay. All right, let me see what we got over here. These are, let's see here. I got one right here, Denise. Since you asked, I'll price it to you. If you pass, I'll let anybody else claim it right after she asks, or right after she says yes or no. I have, and of course, this is going to trade for definitely more than melt. This is an 1895 barber quarter. We'll say $30. 1895 New Orleans barber quarter. $30 on that. 1895, $30. The melt on that right now is $16.85. Okay. Let's see, that's silver. That's silver, 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 and silver. Okay, what does 5 of these melt for? I got 5 war nickels. Okay, give me 1 second. It'll be whoever claims them first. The melt value on these are $26.22. 5 war nickels for $25. These are 35% silver. 35% silver, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The melt on these right now are $26.22. $25. on the War Nickels. Sold to Black Sabbath Haas. Denise, if you want the barber, it's yours. If not, Jay Nutra. Let Jay Nutra have it. Okay, so these are sold to Danny for 25. Jay Nutra, you get the barber quarter for 30. Nice. $18.95. Wow. I was just a young lad over there working over in the old mill over there in 1895. The old thingy over there. I was riding my big wheel bicycle to work every day. 1895. We got Pez, silver Pez, $145. That's about a gram, or that's about 1 ounce silver in Pez silver. $145 on that. Okay, there's that. And let's see what's going on over here. Okay, and then I'll wait. And what'd you do? Silver certificates. I don't want to sell them. That's getting a little bit too close to face value. It was 13 plus 5. Yeah, I better wait. I'll do 35, but I'll do 35. I hate to sleeve them up individually and try to sell them, but that might be my best bet. Okay, why? Let's see here. One random. I need to check the date on that one. What is this here? Darkness imprisoning me. All that I see, absolute horror. Icon. Darkness. 28. 30. Otherwise, Scott O'Man's about to buy this. I'm giving you a $6 discount. That'd be your first price break of the night, Danny, and you can pop champagne. It'll be your first price break of the night. You can pop champagne, sir. If not, Scott O'Man's like, heck, I might give that just for the 5. He's saying he might pay that just for the 5. Golly. Holy moly, I might have already shot myself in the foot. All right. Here we go. Let's see here. Let me check price. You ready? Boker, $55 in box. This is a USA Boker tree brand. Now keep in mind, 2 things. This shield is very common to have been raised like that. I see almost all of them like that. And there is some shrinkage in the handles. Women know about shrinkage. And there is a little bit of pitting on the back. So it's definitely a check condition, but $55 on the Boker single blade there. Danny says he'll take the currency for 30. All right. There's that. Done. I got a whole box here of just random stuff I'm about to pull out. So 55 on the Boker. Darkness imprisoning me. Chad needs a monster. We got a lot more stuff to sell. Landmine. Hey, what is that? I thought I saw a dime in there. There is. There's a few dimes in there. Trash, 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 trash. A lot of trash in here. A lot where we busted up rolls. There's straps for cash. That's trash. All right. Make sure there's not like a $50 gold piece wrapped up in there. All right, y'all watch me sort coins live. These are mystery bags. This is where we're buying like a collection that takes 3 hours, and we get down to the nickels and stuff, and we just start guessing because there's so much coin. Okay. That might be silver. Yeah, it is. All right. So this is a good lot, though. These are all Buffalo nickels, and you just seen they're unsorted. There's a 1 Jefferson in there, but mostly Buffalo nickels. There's 1 Lincoln, 1962. I'm seeing dates on most of these. That one's dateless. Hold on a second. Dateless. Dateless. 1936. 1929. There's 1 foreign coin in there, which is a nickel. All right, so Buffalo nickel lot. We'll do these. Well, you know what? These might just be all Jefferson. Let's pull it all together. Okay. Let's pull all this together. So now Buffaloes and now Jeffersons. I don't think any of these are, there's a couple quarters, bicentennial. I don't think any of them are war nickels, but if they are, they're usually turned black and you can pick them out. I don't know, how much is there in face value? Now it's starting to add up. That's quite a bit in just face, plus all the Buffalo nickels. And then whatever else was in the bottom of this box, unless I see some silver. Let me go ahead and dump it out right over here. All right. Some just flew across the table. That's okay. Be careful with boxes with flaps, because this is what happens. Yep, that's silver. I'm going to try to sort through some of these, and plus some just flew across the table. Let's see. That's silver. That's silver. That one is. I can't go through all these, though. You might get lucky. So here's a tip. If you ever flip over a Jefferson nickel and the mint mark is large and above the Monticello, above the Monticello, cello's an instrument, cello is the house. Above the Monticello, that means you got a silver nickel. Okay, I'm going to throw a few in this lot. I have not really checked all this, as y'all see. Is that silver? No, that's from the year 2000. That's the most modern coin I've seen all night. Okay, all this right here, and that one, I'm going to say a $20 start. All those Buffalo nickels. There's possibly some silver. There's at least 1. I'm going to leave 1, definitely 2 in there, okay? I hadn't looked at all of them. I pulled 2 out. We'll sell those individually in just a second. I've left at least 2, $20, and then a couple things just flew across the table here. Here's one of them. What do I have here? Another Jefferson nickel. Nickel lot, $20 start. Golly, that's a lot. I'd hate to add that up face value. I might be shooting myself in the foot. So put lot and then your bid, okay? Lot and then your bid. Let me look at these right quick. I pulled out. Lot and then your bid. These are not too bad here. Let me make sure there's not a 1916D. That'd be something. Okay, let's go over here. All right, so Mercury. Okay, let's do these at 675 then. So 675, we got 25. I've got 30, let's say $35. 5 Mercury dimes at $35. 5 Mercury dimes at $35. There's the deal. 5 Mercury dimes at $35. 5 Mercury dimes at $35. I'll worry about this other stuff in just a second. Nickel lot. Okay, let me give y'all, so let me put this into, these 2 war nickels, and there could be at least another in here. I don't know, but the melt value on these right now are $10.50. Okay? So the melt value in those, plus all the Buffalo nickels, which nice ones carded, I sell for $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, $7, $8, $9, $10 a piece, depending on the year and how nice. Of course, really nice ones can be way up there. So this is like, should take off at 20 and just shoot up to the moon, okay? So Danny got the dimes, 5 for 35. 5 for 35 on the dimes, okay? Thank you on that. Let's set those right in there. We've bought so many coins. I told y'all we'd eventually get into the dimes and the pennies and the nickels, and that's what I'm chipping away at right now. And I think there's a whole nother book in here. Let me see what's in here. And then, is there anything left in here? There's another bag of foreign. So, somebody might want this. These are not too cheap. I'm going to say $6.99. This is a book for holding silver eagles. $6.99. Okay. $6.99 for the silver eagle. It is slightly pre-owned, but overall, it will still do the job. It's for holding silver eagles. $6.99 on that. Okay. This coin lot is at $27. Silver Eagle book is sold to Danny for $6.99. Okay. I'm about to go get a new drink. I'm going to need one. Warren Wilkie was a close second. Okay, $3 on this 1903 V nickel. $3 on the 1903 V nickel. Right now, the coin lot's at $27. It's between Danny and Chad. Chad has everything at $27. Danny gets the 1903 V nickel for $3. Got it. Okay, let's get back over here to my drawers of coins. My drawers of coins. Okay, selling active. Let me go silver. Okay, silver 2000. When you type in 2024. Okay, this is $479.99. 2024 First Star Preview Release MS70. 2024 First Star Privy MS70. One of first 50,000 issued. That one is $479.99. Okay. The Chad has all these at 20. That was the winning bid, right? Chad Saul's got all this for $27. All right, that's sold to Chad Saul's. Let me try to get it all into this baggie right here. Okay, this is all sold to Chad for $27. Let's do it. See how much I can scoop, and then we'll let me do it like this. Whoop. Without dropping anything. There's a skill to picking up coins. So to him, let's wrap that up like that. Best way to ship that, wrap that up, and they'll probably just wrap that up in tape. That's the best way to do it. Okay, and then these are sold to Danny for $10. The war nickels, I'll show it again. So on the, well, first of all, they've got to be made they've got to be made between 1942 and 1945. But I don't think all 42s or all 45s are war nickels. You have to look for up here above the Monticello. You have to look for a large mint mark. It's going to say P, S, or D. P for Philadelphia, S for San Francisco, or D for Denver. That's the only way you can determine if that's your key clue. The large mint mark above the Monticello. That means you got yourself a 35% war nickel. He's seen the master. I have picked up a lot of coins. I have scooped up. I have counted silver quarters and silver halves, one too many. Yeah, is anybody possibly interested in these scarce or highly collectible silver eagles before I start bringing them out one at a time? I mean, we got a bunch of them. Like this one's $275. I mean, if you're looking for melt or I mean, let me give you an idea though. Right now, if I had 2020s silver eagles, they would be $105 a piece, and we would have sold out tonight in a lickety split. So eagles right now are like $10 over spot retail. They would be selling lickety split for $105. So these here are slab, but they're highly collectible due to privy marks. This one's really cool. It has an American eagle as a privy mark. Those are $275. And all these I probably have listed on our eBay page, and I'm over here comping and double checking and making sure I have them on eBay, but also that price is still pretty fair. And we do sell them occasionally on here, so it's not like, hold on, let me give you an update. Okay, these are actually, is this the privy? 1 of 1,000, hold on. This one might be a lot cheaper. See, the other night I went through eBay and I adjusted the price, but I haven't here yet. Golly, I can't get this back out. There we go. All right, so let me re-update this price. So right now, is this it? Okay, these are $150. Let me update, and this is the price, the new price, $150. Okay, so that's $150. I've got 4 of those. Now, if you think about that, so a raw, unslabbed silver eagle right now, $105, that's starting to get to where this is not too bad of a price. We had 2 more on eBay earlier this week. I think one was $150 and one was $159, and they went ahead and sold. I bet these will get close to selling this week. Because, I mean, now you're talking about slabbed silver eagles for $150. That's not bad whatsoever. Based on raw ones selling for $105, and that was on Friday's price when the market closed right at 90, and it's right now at 93.10. So you're starting to get to that point where the value of the slab and that it's a preview mint mark, that's starting to get much more reasonable and understanding. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Danzig wants one for $150. Anybody else? I've told y'all, as spot increases, I said this when the show started, a lot of this collectible stuff will become, there'll be people on eBay just like constantly trying to, where people sitting on this stuff like us, and then the spot's going to get so high, it's just you're going to start seeing it get grabbed up. So, yeah, $150 on those. That might be the cheapest eagle I have. MT Matt wants 2. People love the eagles. I mean, it's America's bullion. It is truly our precious metal reserve, silver eagles. And some of these, I'm going to check my cost, even though they might be a pretty pricey collectible coin. If I feel like I can go ahead and make some money on them, I'll let them go. I think I've got 1 active on eBay. Let me get our active reserves over here. And I should have 2 left of those. And if I need to pull it off eBay, I will. Okay. Yeah, I've got 1. Here's my active eBay reserves. So I got 3. I've already shown that coin. There's another one of those, and I'll price you this other thing. This is actually pretty cool. This other one I have. Okay, check this out. Yeah, how has this not sold yet? So Robert Tomic wants one. Okay, there's one. I still got the one I have active on eBay. I can take it off in one click, no problem. There's one left. This one may be the deal. I've only got one. We'll say the first person who comments $125, okay? It is a 2025 Silver Eagle autographed by the Soup Nazi from Seinfeld. No Soup for You, signed by Larry Thomas. And PGCS, they verify the signature because they're a parent company of CGC and PCGS, and all that's the same umbrella. NGC now owns JSA, so it's all slabbed and authenticated. So yeah, 125 on that. I'm going to end that right now. Items no longer available for sale, and that's done. So that was a deal. That was probably that probably was going to sell this week if it hadn't already, as the spot continues to rise. So that's done, and you get a Seinfeld autograph to boot. They were going to start doing that, but I think price has gotten so high now, it's going to be hard for them to continue to do that. So I've already got 3 things signed by the Soup Nazi. I've already got 3 things signed by the Soup Nazi. Hey, there's a random war nickel laying there. $5. Random war nickel there, $5. Okay, those are 2 active. All right, what I'm going to do, let me check the price, because these other Eagles, these 1 to 5, I have these at a great price. Like I bought these, I have these at a great price, okay? So let me go back and let's see what these are selling for. These are 2024 P, okay? First star, this is it right here, Silver Eagle First Star Preview MS70. All right, let me see what these things are selling for. Yeah, they're still, okay, one just sold today for $3. I've got ours listed for $479. Okay. I can let these, I can match active comps. One just sold for $319. So fees, $300. Okay. $300 on this. Now, if you collect Eagles, there's the comp. One just sold today. I'll do it for $300. It's a 2024 first preview star release. They're talking about that right there. One of the first 50,000 issued. $300 on those. And I have 1 on eBay, and I got 3 extras. Okay, let's do some switcheroo. MT Matt wants this last $150 Eagle. And Robert Tomic, I'm going to give you the Soup Nazi for $125 if that's okay. Are you good with that, Robert Tomic? He's going to pass on the Soup Nazi, and I'm going to give him the other $150 Eagle. So give the Soup Nazi to Robert Tomic and give MT Matt another $150 Eagle. All right, let's go through the slab stuff and figure out exactly what I have. So, yeah, those 300. Let me take the other one off eBay then. I'm going to make sure Robert's good with that before I end. Well, I've already ended the Soup Nazi, so I'd have to relist it. Hopefully Robert says he'll take it. But I can relist it in one click. Probably just need to put it on auction, but I hope that Robert takes it. That would be great. And then let's add that other, let's end that other Eagle. It was a 2025, is that right? And there it is right there. Okay, and end listing, and items no longer available for sale. Done. If you could buy legit ungraded Carson Cities Raw and 1883 for $163, would you? Oh boy, those are heavily, I'd have to see them in if I knew they were legit, maybe, but those are heavily known for being counterfeited. You got to be careful of Carson Cities. Those are known as being heavily counterfeited coins. Just FYI. All right, let's see what else I got in here. This might be, all right, let me see about these. Robert Tomic, are you out there on the Soup Nazi? Let me go to my active eBay. All right, that's all Masters merchandise. Boy, I have a lot of Masters clothing if anybody needs some. I have thousands of more still to list. Okay, how can I find this stuff quickly? Let me refine. Let's do hot. No, I can't do that. Maybe typing in proof 70. Nope. I don't think these are active. Oh, is this what I sold? I bet I sold one of these this week, didn't I? Hold on a second. Is this the real money label? With treasure? No, this was... That's the... Bear with me. Get to that point of the show. Everything else at this point, I got to check or get a new price. Everything has changed so much. Okay, let me just look these up this way. Let me go to my emails. And let me go over here to real money. Robert Tomic never did confirm on the Nazi. Robert Tomic, are you out there? Because Oso says he wants it. Man, I'm looking at what I paid for some of these. I've got them at a good price. I wish I would have bought. If you can't look into the future, we'd all be saying this, but I could have. Man. Should just be under collect code. There's almost no coins on there right now. The only thing that's on there is autographs and a few other things. But if you search collect code, you should be able to find it. Just like Discogs, there's no easy way to go to it. Maybe Google collect code eBay. That's about the easiest way to do it. All right, 113. All right, so that's my cost. I need to write this down, and then let's see what they sell for. All right, so this is... I lost Robert Tomic. Sometimes when people lose 2 or 3 things in a row, they're like, screw it, and they get off for the night. So, yeah, this is what I need for these, $425. These are pretty incredible, though. They're 2025 West Point Eagles with a laser engraved preview mark, a Proof 70 Ultra Cameo with the real money custom NGC logo. $425 on those. $425 on those. Okay. So I think those are pricey, those are pricey. I was hoping I'd have some more like $150 ones, but I don't think I do, folks. No, 400, 400, 425. That one don't have a price. 425. Now, I hadn't checked on this since December, but the December price was $3,650. $3,650. That was the half-ounce gold Superman. $3,650. That was the half-ounce gold Superman. Soup Nazi's already sold. It was an autographed Silver Eagle. Yeah. So, I mean, if you're collecting Silver Eagles, I can sell you these at a very fair price. But if you're looking for something just slightly over mail or a premium, these might be the ones for you. But I like them. We sell the heck out of them because I told y'all one of those the other day was like a super hot commodity. We were selling them for $875 each for a silver eagle, and it was a brand new coin. There's a lot of preview mark collectors. Okay, I still got some bars, but there's plenty already on the table if you want bullion. I mean, there's plenty of bullion available already on the table. There's no more silver in here other than Morgans and bars. Okay, Morgans and bars. So I think we need to crack open another tube of Morgans and show them for $95 and try to sell some of those. And then I'm going to keep digging for other small miscellaneous stuff around here. Alrighty. Let's see here. Let's see here. Okay, go ahead and tag Oso for that Soup Nazi. Unless Robert Tomic, you're back on the chat. He ended up passing on the Soup Nazi to get something else. I didn't want to tag you for it unless you absolutely knew you were getting it. Okay, so if you're back on the chat, let me know. If not, let's go ahead and tag that to him, okay? Or let's go ahead and tag that to Oso. And let's start showing some Morgans, and I have more collectible silver over here. I've got other Libertads. I think I've got other gold, maybe even small pieces in this drawer. I just got to dig them out and see what these other eagles are over here, okay? So I got to get a new drink, though, first. I am very thirsty, as you can imagine. And probably a good time of night for me to ask, what is everybody looking to buy? You know, at this point, what are you got your eye out for? Let me know on that. Be like, Chad, I got my eye out for this, buddy. You hadn't shown any yet. Or, Chad, I got my eye out for this. You hadn't shown any yet. And I will put my eye out and try to find you it tonight. We basically, once again, did not even touch knives. No one has reminded me, because I'm assuming they stopped watching. I virtually have very little sports cards left priced. We've sold everything. So you start throwing stuff out there, I will let you know what I have, okay? And I'll start digging around. And I think somebody bought that other war nickel and I never did tag it. An Arnold Palmer Monster, tea and lemonade, in my Master's cup. Eagles at Melt. Case Trappers, I can hook you up there. Rock and Metal CDs. Can't do that tonight. Any more commemoratives. The only else thing I have U.S. Men are proof sets. I don't think I have a 2022. And then the war, somebody was ahead of you on that last war nickel, though. That last war nickel was Scott Oman for $5. And then, Danny, you were next. Scott Oman was ahead of you. Okay? And also, where's everybody watching from? I've got my mic muted for 1 second. Whew. Okay. I had to take a quick snack break. We are rolling. Not bad for a Sunday night at almost midnight Eastern time, and we got about 100 people still on for a coin sale, so I'll take it. And I know we just recently did a recap, but I see a lot of new people on, and it's time. And then I'll give you my best advice if you're looking to buy silver on what I have left, honestly. I didn't tag these dateless quarters for Danny either. These 10 dateless quarters are sold to Danny for $150. I never did tag those to him. I laid some stuff here in the corner so I didn't have to walk all the way around. And then let me address all these requests and see what everybody's saying, okay? Let me address these requests. So the first thing was cents. I'll do one more check, but I think I've sold all the pennies I have, Warren. Case Trapper, I can hook you up, Steve, and I'll show you a lot of options, all on sale. I don't have the PB&J Christmas, and we have no 1 ounce rounds left. We had 3 different people buy 20 lots of prospectors. We had 2 different people buy the rest of them, and then all the Cougarans. So the only 999 bullion I have left are bars and these kookaburras. These kookaburras are slabbed 1990s, the first year, collectible and at a great price of $125. Those are 1 ounce kookaburras. And then, if you just want to buy silver at essentially slightly over melt, which is that's a great price. That's not like, oh man, can I get it for melt? That would be a great price. I've got any kind of bar you want, including some really cool vintage and odd shape bars that should be trading for over melt. I've got 10 ounce bars. I've got 3 ounce bars, which, you know, if you're still looking to buy a small increment of silver, man, I got these a little over 3 ounce Scottsdales. I got 3 ounce bars, 10 ounce bars, and 5 ounce bars. That's it. And then the copper. That's a 1 ounce copper. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to crack open another roll of, let's go through these. These Morgans are $95, $18.98, $18.98, $18.79, wow, $18.79, $18.84, no mint mark on that one, $18.79, no mint mark, $18.79, that one's really nice in my opinion, and $18.87. Those are 95. Now, I can sell you 1, 5, 10, 20, 100, 152. I can sell you up to 300 of these. I mean, what a great thing to have. And then silver, like I said, you got all kinds of choices at bars. If you're wanting to buy silver right now, just tell me what size. 3 ounce, 5 ounce, 10 ounce, 95 per ounce. The only gold on the table, we got obliterated of the 1/1000th fractional. I've got SpongeBob, 1 gram for 400. We've already sold one. And then the 1 ounce. Let me check spot. This is probably getting closer and closer to melt as I speak, right? Yes, 46.65, 4,700 for that. After today, I'm going to just go ahead and liquidate it, or I'm going to, next time the price is going to be higher, because it probably should be. Are those even for sale on JM Bullion and Ampex? Can you even buy those right now? High demand will cause slight processing and shipping delays. Most of the stuff they will sell you, but they're not guaranteeing it shipped. I've got it in hand. I've got it in hand. Uncirculated gold eagles. Do they have them in stock? They do. Random year. Credit card price, $5,097. That's the card price. I was telling y'all $4,700 if you do bank wire or cash. Right now their price is $48.78. I'm doing $4,700 bank wire or cash. If you want to get on here right now and buy one, they'll sell it to you. They're not guaranteeing when they're shipping. They will take your money, $5,097. not guaranteeing when they're going to ship it. They're just saying it's a delay because they're trying to buy them, and they're taking orders so they know how much they need to buy and then lay off. So, okay. So the other thing, let me go find Steven some trappers, and maybe we can convince somebody else. I have a lot of case knives, and then I've got these other colorized Libertads, and I got to find Leslie a 2021. Leslie, I will read off years I have right now. I've got 2019s and 2024s, and the only reason I still have those is because they're kind of pricey. I do not have a 2021. Not happening tonight, unfortunately. Nope. Not happening tonight, because that's all that I have right there. All right, let me see what I've got in trappers up here. Where's my keys at? What have I done with my keys? Those are gone. I told Tanner, I said at one time we had prospectors and bars sitting out in our showcases at the store for $88. I was like, man, I can't believe no one's walked in and just wiped these out. If somebody was local, they could have come in and bought it like $3 or $4 under spot. I was like, oh my gosh. But that's the perk of, well, you never know when you walk into Coletco what you're going to find, or when you walk into one of these live streams. You just never know. Let's pull some stuff out of here. I'm going to open this case. Go ahead and get this open. I'm going to grab a trapper I have in stock. And anything I show tonight, I'm going to do 25% off because I need to start moving these ASAP. We have a tremendous amount. I guess I need to start doing a knife of the night during the record sales and maybe get some people buying one or two a night. That would be great. So here's the first trapper I have, a black curly oak wood smooth trapper, $89.99. This is new from back in November, and $89.99 at 25% off would be $67.49. $67.49. This is $67.49, and that's the 25% off price. That's the 25% off price, $67.49. Okay. All right. Okay. What I just showed. Okay, there's one trapper. I need to get my coin book out. Trade 50 eagles for 1 ounce gold. 50 eagles for 1 ounce gold. Let me see what the current buy sell spread is. I don't know. I usually don't like doing something like that. You keep buying the trappers, I'll keep bringing them back here. That's always been a deal of mine. I'll keep going, getting stuff as long as it keeps selling. Okay, good. Sold on one. Hey, that's your ticket to ride. Let's see here. Oh, man. I wish I knew. Let's see if I can get a live rate. I might, Warren, just DM you what I would pay you for them. And, of course, I'm pretty firm on the gold, and then you can make a decision if you want to do the deal. Random. All right, so BU quality. I'm assuming they're BU quality. Nice. That's kind of trading down and then adding quite a bit of labor. Let me think on it. If anything, I'll let you know before I sign off, or I'll message you. Okay, this sold to Steven. Let's see. I need to go get a different one. Yeah, I'll read off. That's a medium Stockman. The medium Stockman. Let's see. Let me get him one in the box there. Medium Stockman, Smooth Trapper. There we go. All right. Got him that. Fairies wear boots. Gotta bo. Okay, trappers. Trappers that I can see out on display. Full-size trappers, right? Full-size trappers. None left tonight. I got a Harley-Davidson black handle with a Harley-Davidson logo. I've got a Don't Tread on Me with the Gadsden flag. And then I have the whole military series. I have World War II, Korean War, Vietnam War, Desert Storm, Enduring Freedom, and Iraqi Freedom. Okay, so those are like white with the design. Full-size trapper, I have The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want, which is Psalm 23. I have the lime green barnwood. Lime green barnwood, that's always a cool color. I have Mediterranean blue. I have another Operation During. I have one that looks like an American flag that's color washed. I have a light baby blue. I have pheasant hunting. I have bear, elk, white-tailed deer, and I have the blue Curanite. I've got a bunch of trappers. And then I got this display case over here. I've got an orange, like a kind of like a neon flat orange, if that makes sense. Of course, I can always get these out and show them to you. I've got the Ischithus, the Jesus fish. I have a red with an American flag shield. And then I have a new swirl. It's like a white, blue, gray swirl. White, blue, gray swirl. I don't know if y'all heard all that. I was up front, but that's a lot of different trappers. And if any of those other colors sound cool to y'all, I could have those in other patterns as well. Okay. I need to check the melt value on this quarter right quick. Let me look up. No prisoner of war. No prisoner of war. Put back on the Stockman. I don't have you down for a Stockman. I have you down for this trapper right here for $67.49. Let me look up Canadian silver quarter melt. Circulating. Okay, Canadian. So the quarter right here. Okay, $14. This melts right now for $13.97.99. The Canadian quarter. It's a 1945. That's melt value for the Canadian quarter, $14. Okay. So we need the blue Curanite and swirl. Okay, yeah, let me go show you the new swirl and the blue Curanite. Let me get those out right quick. I'll bring one extra back here, and I'm going to do these 25% off sticker. So what happened last year is we're a platinum level case knife dealer, which means we got to order so much supply to keep that and to get them at a discount. Well, I usually start ordering them in the spring, and they periodically just ship them throughout the year. Well, what happened this year is we kept getting deliveries and kept getting deliveries, and we wasn't even opening them. We just had box and box and case full of case knives. Come Christmas, we missed the Christmas season. We were so busy selling records and other stuff, and then all of a sudden we got 50 grand tied up in case knives. Not a bad thing to have money tied up in, but we just got a lot of inventory. And now we're supposed to put in another order, and I hadn't even told my rep. We just really just started selling last year's stuff. So I'm like, holy moly, we got a lot of knives to sell. We got a lot of knives to sell. So I'm just like, golly. Whew. Usually at the end of the year, we've sold everything off, and we're looking forward to spring to get new patterns. So we have a whole new inventory. So we have, we got a lot going on. Okay, here's the swirl. This is new for this year. It's a Pacific Tides Kuranite. That's a new color they did. It's gray, white, and blue, and all of them's going to look different. So I will say that one, Stephen. I will say that one. The price on it is $75.99. I'll sell it to you for $56.99. And then this one right here is the blue Kuranite. Really cool. They've made blue Kuranite, pink Kuranite. When that came out was a hot commodity. I wish I still had all those. $84.99. And we'll do this one. $84.99. We'll do this one at $63.74. Okay? If you're good with those are sold to Stephen and Stephen. Let's go get the pheasant. Halves are $33.50, which are below melt. I've got halves at $33.50, which are below melt. Stephen, if you don't want those, just let me know. Let's go get the pheasant. And then halves is probably one, like I said, my top 5. I can't believe this hadn't sold out. Of course, I had a ton of bars. I didn't expect to sell all 500 ounces tonight, but for those that's looking, can't believe we hadn't sold out of bars. And the number one thing is halves. I figure those would be gone by now, but we did have a lot of them. We had a lot of halves. So let me go get the pheasant for him. This one right here. Yeah, so the hunting series is really cool. There's bear, elk, and whitetail. Sometimes I have a bass fishing one. I don't see that one up here. Some cool Harley-Davidson stuff in. No prisoner of war. Sometimes we do. Okay. So here's the pheasant. So you got the pheasants over here, the hunting dog and the hunter. The case badge is the shotgun shell with XX. It says Case Sportsman. That's how the bear look, the whitetail deer, and the elk. So these will be $75 tonight. 25% off, $75 on that. There's Danny's quarter for $14. Almost forgot about it. Thank you, Danny. $14 on the Canadian quarter. That's sold to Danny for $14. If no one buys the 40% halves tonight, I'm mailing them off in the morning. There's a guy that I do a lot of business with. He helps me with daily pricing. He gets me live quotes on eagles and bars and stuff like that. And what I do with a lot of these guys that help me out is I buy stuff from them all the time, even if I don't make a lot of money on it, because they feed me information because I don't have time to keep up with it. So I've told them, I'm like, hey, I'm going to text you about every morning the current market buy and sell spread, right? The current market buy and sell spread. And that's how I get updates on all these prices. A lot of these guys, I'll be like, okay, give me 100 eagles every once in a while, even though I'm buying from another dealer. I'm not making diddly squat, but man, they give me a lot of valuable information because they're on the phone all day. Yeah, 1,000 ounces bought, 1,000 ounces sold, 500 eagles sold, they're just like, so I'm constantly, because these prices change so dramatically. The spread has moved on a lot of silver at 10%, because now you're talking about 90 per ounce and 100 instead of what it used to be, 30 and 40. Everybody was okay making $1 or $2. Now everybody wants to make $10, $15 an ounce because it's more money to deal with. And so it's getting a little bit tighter, a little bit harder for people to get used to where it used to be $1 under spot and $1 over spot or something like that. It used to be numbers like that, but not anymore. Okay, so Leslie wants to see, I don't have a bass fishing, and then Leslie wanted to see the one with American flag shield. Yeah, sure thing. Let me go get that. And the first thing I want to do is show the halves. So here's the halves I have left. They're all full date walkers. They're $33.50. $33.50. There's at least a 10 in a bag. I've got all those. And then there's 3 more we bagged up. And then I've got one Kennedy. $33.50. They're all 40s and they all have a full date. So I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 22, 25, and then JFK, the last 64. Somebody bought 16 earlier. That sold to Tracy Songer for $33.50. These are $33.50 each, any quantity, because we're down to the last ones. $33.50. We're down to the last ones. There's that. Now, in lots of 10 only, I have 40% silver, less than melt. The bargain of the night, far as price per ounce, price per coin. So 40% halves, 10 of them. The current melt value is $137.84. $130 for 10. And I told you I have a whole tub full of them. I have an entire tub full of them. What have I done with them? They're right here. A bag of 10 is $130. This is probably the last 24 hours. I'm sending these off pretty soon. Okay? So a bag of 10, $130. That's how many baggies I have left. You can buy 1 bag, 2 bags, 5 bags, doesn't matter. Danny wants a bag. That's at a great price. $7.84 below the melt value. So to Danny, $130. Anybody else? I mean, though I've got those sold as good as just putting them in a box and mailing them off. That's about what I can get for them. Just guaranteed, it's locked in. I'll have a check in the mail by Friday. So, okay. Let's go get that other trapper for Leslie. Hadn't forgot about you. Have not forgot about you. I'm thinking about all that silver around Christmas time I was selling for 75 an ounce, quote, on sale. That's now, I wish I had it all back. I'm like, oh my gosh. I've been thinking about all those like Popeye bars and those Chibis I sold for $75 just trying to get rid of them. And I'm like, oh my gosh, why did I do that? Oh no. Okay, so here's the red case trapper with the American flag shield. These are carbon steel, new in box. And these list at $69.99 from Case Knives USA. $52.49 is what I'll sell you one right now. $52.49 on the Case Knife. $52.49 on that. Coca-Cola. Yeah, I think it's time. I was going to try to go to midnight tonight. I maybe have 5 or 10 more things I can show. Coins. I've got other collectible stuff, but it's mostly gold or really high-end kind of stuff. And I was going to show you every bar that I have, just so that y'all have all seen them, in case there's still some collectors on here looking for the bars. But I think it's time for one more big table recap. And you can see what's left. And if you've been thinking about something, if you're ready to pull the trigger, this would be the time, because I'm probably going to try to wrap up around midnight. And from there, I got a lot more stuff to do. Okay, I'm going to figure out what of this stuff I'm keeping for the week and to show again during the sales, or what's being sent off and cash flowed. Okay, so there's the Sportsman knife. There's that. The little shield fell off blue one I bought from Mayfield Case Fix. Yeah, they guarantee a lifetime. So it is discount in case work knife. Now, which one are you trying to buy? They're all on sale. Let me know. You want one that I've already shown, 10 gram? This is sold to Leslie for $42.50. Yeah, case is a lifetime guarantee. These shields are a hot commodity, so they're known for falling out. Not always, but we've had a lot fall out. I've been handling some before and they fell out. Just a bad batch of glue, I guess. They will send you one, but they're pretty peculiar about it. I know a dealer in Smith County who for years they would accumulate those shields. I think they would email Case and be like, hey, we need 5 replacement shields, even though they didn't even need them. And they have baggies full of them. And they're a hot commodity because if you have a knife without a shield, it's a hard sell. But man, I know somebody has a baggie full of those real shields. And I wish I had them because we need them too. Okay, sportsman knife. Yeah, so I have the pheasants. I had the pheasants. I had the elk, the white-tailed deer, and the bear. And these are 25% off, $75 on that. Do you still have the shield, Leslie? If you still have the shield, yeah, like Steven said, super glue will work great. But if you're missing the shield, you have to email Case, and they'll mail you one. It's just a hard thing to get. They like their shields. They're pretty peculiar about those. But okay, so the Coca-Cola thing for Oso, very cool here. That's the same price for back around Christmas. It's a 1 ounce silver bar in a Coca-Cola vending machine. So you got the Coca-Cola vending machine. It actually doubles as a bank. 1 ounce silver, and it looks like a Coca-Cola tall boy. $150. Bank looks like a classic vending machine from the 50s, and that's $149.99. Okay, so let's go over my top 5. I can't believe this is still here. I'm going to start with silver halves. $33.50. This is what I got left. This is it. Walk and Liberty halves, that's it. $33.50. That's all I got left right there. Okay? That's it. Now, bars. It doesn't matter any shape or size. If you're wanting to buy bullion, this is the time. 10 ounce bar. I mean, some of these, in my opinion, and market to prove it, these are pretty dang collectible. Should carry a premium over what most of these I'm pricing for. There's the first one, 10 ounce, $950. I also have this Pioneer bar. These are brand new, originally sold at Ampex. These are $950. Those are also 10 ounce bars. Oso wants a Coca-Cola. I'll give you one brand new and sealed over here. I've got 3 left on the Coca-Colas. I got 2 sealed and the one we opened for display. And there they are, okay? So there's that. That's sold to him. Make sure that goes in for $149.99. $149.99. They do make bars that literally say Kit Kat and Snickers and all that. And those are super collectible. We had some tonight. Well, I do have some that kind of are called Kit Kats. They're kind of, kind of like that one. They're kind of rectangular. They look like a chocolate. Okay, the square one here is pretty cool. This is 8.1 ounces. 8.1 ounces. So this is a unique odd size. 8.1 ounces times 95. This one I was doing for $775. It is 8.1 ounces. $775 on that one. I'll take 4 liberties, okay? So give, let's see here. I had 3 in this baggie. Let me see. That's not going to rub off. Here, we'll do 3. We need to change that so there's not a mistake. And then I'm going to add him a 4th, okay? So 4 Liberty has to 10 gram, $33.50. How many walking liberties do you have left? Let me give you a solid count after he got his 4. Okay, I'll give you a solid count right now. Okay, I'll do it right now. Next comment. Oh, I got to find Tim Graham a knife. Tim, don't let me forget. I'll find you what I think is the best working knife. There's that. Let's get a count for Oso. Would you do the rest of the halves 50 cents each back? No, no more discount. These are already discounted. These should be 50 cents or $1.50 more. I think these should be $35 each right now. No discount on these. There's 5. You should have already said, I'll go ahead and just take them all if you were looking for a deal. I figured this is why I had it as number 1. I can't believe these hadn't sold. There's 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 21. Oh, so all 21 would be $703.05. There's 21 left, $703. That's what I have. Okay, other silver bars. Here, like probably the shocker, because it's the next smallest increment I have. A 3-ounce, $285. St. Louis Mint, a 3-ounce bar. I thought that was pretty cool. $285 on the 3-ounce bars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. $285 on those. Okay. Here's another 5-ounce bar. I haven't shown a 5-ounce bar, actually, since I've done this recap. $475 on those. So there's a 5-ounce, $475. And then this one I was doing for $500 because I think it's a really unique size and shape, and it's definitely vintage. Silver Refining Corporation, 5-ounce Troy, $500 for that one. $500 for that one. And then we have a kilo. A kilo here is 32.151. 32.151 at 95 an ounce. $3,054. 1 kilo, $3,054. And that's 32.151 ounce Troy. Okay. And then y'all know about the 100-ounce bar. By the way, these bigger ones get into I need cash or a bank wire, okay? Or we can calculate the credit card price. $9,500 is net. I got to have that in my hand. 1,000 ounce or 100-ounce bar. I did have somebody with a 1,000-ounce bar. Well, he had 3. He really had 3 of them. We was in within like $1,600 of doing a deal, and he decided not to. So frustrating. It took a lot of negotiating too. Okay, Oso wants the rest of the halves. So that was 21 times 33.50. These are sold to Oso, $703.50. That's our like 12th air horn tonight, and we have not blown an air horn yet. That's our 12th air horn, maybe 14. I lost count. As soon as the show started, we had so many air horns right off the bat. I couldn't even, we were just, all the gold, Chris that was buying all the gold, I couldn't keep up with it. I was like, oh my gosh, we owe so many air horns. We'll give Oso his in just a second. Okay, so there's that. There's another 5-ounce bar, Silvertown. Here's some other bars, 10-ounce, 5-ounce, 4-ounce. All 95 per ounce. Doesn't matter what shape or size. Okay? The only other government stuff I have left other than these slabbed eagles. The only other government stuff I have left other than these slabbed eagles is quarters. Quarters are $17 a piece right now. Quarters are $17 a piece. I have how many left? 2, 4, 5. This is a kilo bar, $3,054.35. That's the cash or bank wire transfer price. As y'all know, everything else we sell includes us eating the credit card fee on these big items. I'm like, listen, if you're going to buy this, let's try to do it where it's feeless for me. I have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 75. I got 78 quarters left. 78 quarters at 17 each is $1,326. A kilo is 32.151 ounce troy. Over 2 pounds of silver, yes. 2.151, so it rounds up to 2.2. On this, you need to be pretty dang specific. I still got these Scottsdales, which are 100 grams. These are always collectible. They're Scottsdale stackers. They're machined. They're 100 gram. And we had some 100 gram Scottsdale bars. The 100 gram Scottsdale bars or the Scottsdale stackers are 3.215 ounce troy. That's $305.50. $305 on the stackers. And so essentially, if you times that by 10, you get a kilo at $3,050. But since we're doing it to the penny, it's just slightly less. That's the cash or bank wire transfer. Okay? Over here is 40%. How many 40% halves do I have left? I can tell you. I can tell you. And then I'm almost out of U.S. government stuff. We're almost done. I have 10 40% halves, 20 40% halves, 30 40% halves, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 139, 139 left. 40% halves. They're in bags of 10, 130 per bag. A lot of options on the table for silver. A lot of options on the table for silver. Let me show you all the rest of the bars we have left. Especially those I'll do for 95 per. The other ones are probably going to carry a premium. I only have a few of those left. Everything else in here, there's already a duplicate. Everything else in here, there's already a duplicate on the table. Okay, so I've got the Pioneer 10 ounce. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those are 950 each. And there's a 5 ounce. And that's 5 times 95. SpongeBob Gold. I got the copper jets for $22. And then I got the Australian kookaburras for $125. So what have I not done? What have I not done that I promised somebody? What have I left off before I start going into our final 20 minutes here or less? If I were going to spend 500 tables, what would I go with? Me, if I'm buying silver right now, personally, I invest every day. So I'll go into Investor Chad advice, okay? My Investor Chad advice. I like U.S., Eagles, and Morgans, personally. Then, these bars, especially these odd and vintage-shaped, very sought after and collectible. This stuff here. So in my opinion, the top 3 quality items on the table for price are, well, the halves just got bought. The next thing would be quarters, because they're at melt, essentially. The 1 ounce gold, of course, that's a lot more than 500. But the top quality for price would be the 1 ounce gold. The Kookaburras are MS69s. The quarters are these Morgans. And of course, to get a price break on those, I would need to get up there around the 20. It would have to be. So these I'm doing, this is the one, I'm carrying a premium on this one. I'm doing this one for $500. $500 on that one. $950 on that one because it's a little larger. But I think this one's really cool. I'm doing that one at 100 an ounce, which is very fair. 1 Kookaburra sold at 125. I got 1 left. So yeah, I mean, far as value and premium, far as value and quality, these bars, the quarters, and the Morgans, and I guess probably the last Kookaburra because it's slabbed and it's just a small premium. I think that's the best quality and overall, investment right now. You're not paying very much premium on any of that right now, which is pretty crazy for this market. So, I mean, I guarantee if you start checking prices, you'll see at 95 per ounce for bars like that, a steal. 90, 95 for Morgans, very fair price for this kind of quality. Especially these name brand stuff. Scottsdale, Perth Mint, this Kilo, people like that. These 3 ounce bars are really a bargain. And then the Morgans. That's the best quality premium. And then, of course, the 40% halves. You get a value with them, just a lot of people don't like them because they're 40%, but you get the best deal per ounce. This is the best deal per ounce. The quarters would be number 2, tied with the bars. So. The price on quarters were $17. That would put those below melt. No. That would put those below melt. Let me see. And I think, honestly, the market is moving right now. It always is, one way or the other, right? Until it's closed. So these are $16.86. I had them at $17. There's no way I can give a 50-cent discount. We can add them up and see here. We had 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 5. There's 78 of them. 78 of them. 78 of them. $16.90. $1,318.20. That's my absolute best price before I change my mind. $16.90. That is 4 cents over melt. I need to be 50 cents back. Now, why do you think that? That would not make any sense. Now, why do you have that mentality? There's no reason to have that one. Can I get the 500 rectangle and 3 St. Louis? You can. Leslie wants to get this at 500. Thank you. And then the 3 St. Louis. All right. And these 3 St. Louis bars were 95 times 3. So these are $285 each times 3. $855 for these and $500 for that. Thank you, Leslie. Grand total of $1,355. I appreciate it. So to Leslie Holt, $1,355. That's done. Great decision there. You got 3 collectible 3-ounce bars and the 5-ounce bar, which I thought was at a great price at 100 an ounce. These are Silver Eagles. There's nothing in here that's less than $300. They're all preview marked Eagles. And then this is a .50 caliber sniper rifle. That's $125, and this is a 100-ounce bar. She just wants one. Okay, 1 3-ounce. We can fix that. So the 1 3-ounce is $285. 3 times 95. She only wants one of those, and then the $500 rectangle. Okay, so 2 more. Still, thank you, of course. 2 3-ounce still on the table. Okay. Silver's at 93.20 right now. Yes. That is the live market price right now is 93. I'm showing 93.56 as the ask. And so buying this stuff at $1.50 over melt for these kind of bars, that's a pretty dang good deal. Did I ever check JM on this stuff? Let's see here. Yeah, I like the 3-ounce bars. I could not find these on eBay. I'm going to do another check. What did I just do with them? Okay, I laid them back there. Do they have anything like this for sale? Okay. Yeah, a 1 ounce. Okay. So J.M. Bullion, top 3 companies in the world for buying silver. A credit card price for 1 ounce bars are $107.07. If you bought 500 ounces and paid a bank wire, they'll get it down to 101. That's if you buy 500 ounces, okay? You want to do the math? That means you got to drop 500 at 101. That means if you got an extra 50,000 laying around, they'll get it as cheap as 101. That is, right now, just 95 for these. That's what I'm saying. I've got this priced extreme, plus I'm paying the credit card fee. It's getting down there like, Chad, are you okay in your brain? Buddy, do you need to go have a brain scan? So if someone pays with a credit card right now, I'm only getting $91 an ounce. When y'all are paying with a credit card, I'm only getting 91.68 an ounce. So at this point, everybody's like, Chad, are you okay in your brain, buddy? Do you need to go see a doctor in the morning? You should be charging 105 per ounce right now, 103 per ounce. Do you need to go to the doctor in the morning? Do you need to go, have your brain scanned? Do you need to go, Leslie pays with cash. I love when locals come and they start counting out $100 bills. I'm like, thank you. Square don't get to take my money. Square doesn't get to take my money. It's nothing illegal getting paid in cash. We're still reporting it. We still got to pay tax on it too. But the good thing is we save all the credit card fees. All that goes to Square, not to our pockets. Yeah, the Ampex are sealed. I think this is an Ampex brand. They're called Pioneer. This one's opened, but most of them are sealed. And they still got an Ampex silver guarantee on them. They were sold back in 2021. Probably a lot cheaper than they are now. You can see where they're lightly exposed and they've turned. But other than that, they're sealed. That's a common natural occurrence where the plastic reacts there to the open oxygen. The 3-ounce bars, I've got 4 left at 95 per ounce. They're 3 ounces. 95 times 3. $285 is me basically giving you a Christmas gift. I don't know if I could find these on eBay. See, a lot of this odd-shaped stuff, I usually go to eBay. Didn't somebody trade in a collection one time for us? Is there somebody watching right now? Somebody traded in a bunch of silver one time. I can't remember who it was. And we had a lot of collectible bars. And they trade for over spot, but let's see. Let's see if I can find a 3-ounce. I think if you just search 3-ounce on eBay, we had those 3-ounce bars the other day. Do y'all remember those? We had them sealed. They were Ingleharts. And we sold the heck out of those. They were selling for $175 an ounce. Let's see here. St. Louis Mint. MT Matt sending some 1-ounce bars. That's right. Let's see here. Okay, a 3-ounce hand-poured unicorn, $320. And this is January 8th, by the way. You got to look at the dates of some of these prices. Yeah, I don't see any on here. There's some from back in December, but that price is null and void now. So yeah, there's no St. Louis 3-ounce bars sold, and there's none active. Yeah, that's a bizarre thing. That's a cool thing to have at just $2.85. In my opinion, these should be $350. They should probably be $115 an ounce retail. So they should be like $345. Oso just bought 4 of them. They are $285, and he just bought 4 of them. Okay? So 1,000. You want all 4 of them, which is $285 each, 1,140. Sold to Oso Adventure. Are the refineries taking constitutional? The refineries are taking anything. They're just backed up, and so the big dogs that I talk to that send in thousands of ounces, they're not getting paid. They're just saying, we'll send you a check in 30 to 90 days, which is making hard for business to be conducted. So a big dealer I know just got a check on Monday for something he sold December 4th. So it took a month and a half. So the refineries are backed up, meaning they will buy this stuff. They'll still lock in prices, but because they're backed up and they're sitting on all the supply and they can't get it refined into 1,000-ounce bars. So all of this here is being traded tonight. The big world, like what companies need, which are 1,000-ounce industry bars. That's what the refineries take all this and make it into. And then, of course, you got companies like us that sell it as a collectible and investment. We buy from the public, et cetera, et cetera. But they need these big 1,000-ounce bars. That's what like companies like Tesla need, and Microsoft and all these AI companies. So the refineries are trying to take all this and make 1,000-ounce bars, make a 10% margin on it, and then get them shipped out. So they got stuff being slammed into their mailbox, and they literally can't get it refined and sent back out, like this. This is what they got to get it made into. This is the big end product for a lot of this, for industry. And then you got the whole investment side of it too, just like everyday people like me and you want to buy it for investment. So, that's what's being, there's that. Okay, what happened? 3-ounce bars are gone, but I'll show you some other. I hadn't brought out all my collectible stuff. Let me bring out some other stuff, okay? This is the late night bonus. Now, this stuff will probably be more than 95 per ounce, but now you're getting into the really cool collectible stuff. Are you ready? I'm going to ask a small premium on some of these. They're pretty dang cool, though. All right, I've got these right here. They're odd-shaped and vintage. We like odd-shaped and we like vintage. A lot of people say I'm odd-shaped and vintage. Some of y'all might be a little odd-shaped and vintage. Okay. These are all very cool. I'm going to double check, make sure I'm in realm here. You have a lot of information in your head. Oh, my mom said the same thing when she was in the car with me for 2 hours on the way to Chattanooga. She said, son, will you just stop talking? No, she didn't say that. They probably thought it. I'll get in the car. I was like, don't get me talking about stuff. I can spill out information for hours. Okay, let me check on this one right here. Me, my mom, and Tanner had to go to Chattanooga to that funeral, and I feel like I talked the entire time. I was like, y'all got to understand, I'm driving right now. It's 7 p.m. I'm usually talking full speed, and it's just in my system. I got to just get all this information out of my head out to the airwaves. This guy's collection of bars was pretty cool. And a lot of this stuff I told y'all, he bought from us and then sold back to us 4 or 5 years later. He got an excellent return on his investment, and I'm going to see what we can do here. So that's a 10 ounce. Okay. So yes, these have, yeah, even back in December, these were pricey. Okay. So here is a 5.45 times 100. Okay. This is a pretty cool bar here. 5.45 troy ounces. That is a vintage Star Metals. It's stamped 5.4 troy ounces, 545. That's 100 per ounce. 545, and I've got that at, I've got a 5.42, I've got another 5.43, I've got a 5.46, a 5.44, another 5.44, and we can just do the straight calculations, and there's a 5.44. So 5.45, 5.44s, 5.42, 43, 4.5 and 4.6, and that's 100 per ounce. These always have carried premium. Those are vintage Star Metals. Really cool, 100 per ounce on those. I agree with Julie. Wow, Scott's watching. I love it when Scott's watching. All right, here's another cool vintage bar. $500. Look at that one. It's just stamped with a crown. It looks like a rectangular bar. $500 on that one. That's another really cool vintage. I don't know what that's even called. I know he bought that from us originally. I remember having it. That's a really cool vintage bar there. 5 ounce, 100 on that. I agree with Julie. No, she didn't actually say that. She does a lot of talking too, believe me. My mom likes to talk. I guess that's where I get it from. And I know my dad liked to talk. He did all those radio ball games, so. All right. Scott, you need to buy some silver. Those bars are 3 ounce, and there is St. Louis. Yeah, you just bought 4 3-ounce bars, and they're St. Louis. They're troy ounces. Yes. Be careful buying silver. Make sure you're getting it in troy ounces, because this guy, when he originally weighed all this, he got it on a big kitchen scale. He got like a big tackle box. He zeroed it out, and he put all this in a tackle box and wrote down the weight, and I gave him a quote. Well, when he got here, I realized he gave me the weight in Avaporius ounces, standard ounces, and not troy ounces. So he thought he had 10% more than he did. So there's a difference between if you go to a checkout lane and you're weighing an apple at the checkout lane, that's a different ounce than a troy ounce in metal. The spot price you see, these are in troy ounces. Troy ounce, troy ounce, troy ounce. Those are in ounces. So you got to be careful weighing this stuff. If you're just throwing it all on a scale, that would have to be for a large transaction anyway. But some people are tallying up their inventory, and they're like, oh, this is exhausting. Just let me weigh it all. And they put it on like their kitchen scale, and then they think they have 10% more than they do, because the difference is about 10% from Avaporius ounce to troy ounce. So make sure you do that calculation correctly. Anybody else want to buy silver before I call tonight? There's another 5-ounce bar. I mean, I've got these. I've still got an ammo box full of bars. I mean, you got plenty of options on the table. I got official government stuff like Scottsdale Mint. I've got the 10-ounce Ampex. If I bank wire, do I pay you direct or Square? We can set it up direct, but if you pay ACH on Square, that would be most secure for me and you both. Of course, if we went to the bank and had it done, that would be great. That's feeless. They might charge you a fee or charge me a fee at the bank, but it'll be minimum compared to Square. I think if we do it Square, let me look that up. And empty map, I have a feeling you're interested in these Ampex bars. Think about it. They're at a great price, as you know, if you're looking them up. Does Ampex even have those on their website right now? I need to get on Ampex, I guess. Let me see Square ACH fee. Let me do a Google on that, see if it's changed. And I hadn't blown an air horn all night tonight. I know it. I think it's only 1% on ACH. Let's see here. Okay. Tap, dip, or swipe. That's if you pay in the store. Online, that's an invoice. Yeah, so an invoice is 3.3% because you're keying in your card manually. Right now, yeah, no, right here, manual entry or invoice. I think online invoice, yeah. So my fee right now when y'all pay an invoice is 3.3% plus 30%. If you come in the store and pay in cash, all that goes back into my pocket. Now, if you can set it up to pay with a bank draft, it's only 1%. So that, not like for the big bars, the kilo bar, or if you want to buy a bunch, like if MT Matt was like, yeah, I need to buy 10 of these, then I'd really like to do this right here via invoice. It's only 1% and they charge a $1 minimum. Okay. With a $10 fee cap. So that's what we want. Cash or check, free. I would hope so. Man, that'd be messed up if they started figuring out a way to charge you a fee on cash. I'd be like, okay, we're finding a different company. Or a check, of course. I don't take checks. I mean, we could. We'd have to get it in the mail and wait for it to clear. I don't like checks. The last time I took a big check, it bounced, and the guy's still paying me monthly so he doesn't go to jail. I don't want to take any more checks. I mean, it would have to be from somebody with a well-established account here, and we'd have to wait for it to clear before we ship. And it would just too time-consuming. Just too time-consuming. Boom! 100-ounce bar sold to TSO Houston. 9 silver. 100-ounce bar. $9,500. That's getting up there with the top 5 transactions of all time on CollectCo. Holy moly. Wow. That's a cool piece. Boy, we'll have to wrap that up like a, I mean, you can't break it, but I've let a few people in the store hold this and they're like, oh my gosh. Wow, there we go. 100-ounce bar sold to TSO Houston. That's what we're talking about. We need an air horn for that. That's like a top 10 sale of all time here at CollectCo. I haven't sold too many things north of $9,000 here on this live stream. Holy moly, TSO Houston. Oh my goodness. Great buy on that. Let's bring out the air horn. Everybody needs to adjust your volume right now. I don't know if there's even enough air in the air horn. Let's find out. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. That's it. We went through the whole can. Boom. That is also a weapon. You wrap that up in a towel and grip it with your fist, you'd be going to prison. This is like a, golly. Wow. Not that I've ever thought about hitting Seth with it. Scott, do I got permission to smack Seth over the head with that? Wham! Now that's a good way to end up wrapping up the sale. Now, does anybody want the kilo? Still got a kilo over here. Wow. 32.15. There's Otis. Hey, Otis. I miss you, buddy. I wish I could give you a hug right now. Oh, man, what a dog. I'll take 5 amp. Let me work it out with Ed. Might need multiple and send some duplicate albums. We can get that done. Here's another one. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? 10. Here, I'll give you the sealed ones. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 ounces of silver. 50 times 9, 5. $4,750 sold MT Matt. See you later. $4,750 sold MT Matt. 50 ounces, 5 10-ounce bars sold. Going right over here to the 100-ounce bar. Gone. They have left the building, almost. They've left the building, almost. Wow. Another incredible transaction. 50 at 95. There's now 2 of those 10-ounce bars left. Do I have any more in the ammo box? Let me go check my ammunition over here. I think I've got them all out. Let me grab a few more while I'm over here. Holy moly. Do I smell Waffle House? Do I smell Waffle House? There's another 10-ounce. Okay, what are these right here? Okay, these are another 100-gram Bisbee Mining Company. That's a unique one there. Bisbee, I hadn't shown those tonight. 95 per ounce, I can do that calculation. That's like 3.2 troy ounces. Those have been about $305 on those. Wow. I still got some of those 10-ounce bars. Here's more of them, Pioneers, right there. So if anybody else wants some of those Ampex Pioneers. So like companies like Ampex, what they do, they obviously get bullion. They have it refined, and then they have it stamped, and they kind of make it their own kind of brand on that one. So let me confirm that price on the 100-gram. The 100-gram bar is $305.50 to be exact. I'll do it for $305 for Danny, so he feels like he's getting a deal. $305 for Danny. Do you want 1, 2, or 3 of them? That's a really cool one there. Bisbee Mining Company. $305. Done. At least 1 for Danny. He might want all 3 of them. Wow. I usually sit down and try to figure out what I've done after these sales. This has been so much. I'm going to have to get out like 2 calculators and call my accountant after this night. Danny wants 1. Okay, thank you. Yeah, the 100-gram stuff, which are the Scottsdales, are $305, technically $305.50, but right now you can get a 50-cent discount. Okay, so $16.55 on all quarters. Oh, we're so close, Danny. I mean, I know it's this penny, but then you're talking about, so you're asking for 40 cents though over 78 items. That is quite a bit on a discount for silver. I'm still pricing to you at melt. You should be all over these. Melt price. What did I tell you? $16.90? What's it gone up to? It's at $16.86. Yeah, I was at $16.90 earlier. I was at $17. $16.90. %, melt, that's what you should be all over these. Wow. Anybody else? They are junk silver. You don't have to remind me. That's why I'm pricing it to you for the junk melt price. You don't have to remind me. People love using that word. Chad, that's just junk silver. Nobody wants that. It's just junk silver. Nobody's going to want any of this. It's just a bunch of junk silver. That's just junk bars. They just sell for melt. Nobody wants any of this crap. You should just give it to me. It's just a bunch of junk silver. Now, at this point, I'll sit back and see what the market does this week. And then I'll say, Danny, they're $17.50. And you'll be like, dang, why didn't I buy it when I had the chance at $16.90? Now it's going to cost me 66 more coins, over 78 coins. That's another $65 I could have saved. I'm trying to right now literally hand you a gift. I'm handing you a gift right now at $16.90. I'm just trying to hand Danny a gift. Do I have any more stuff I hadn't shown tonight? I'm ready all of a sudden for a second gear after all that. I'm familiar with people calling it junk silver. They've tried that on me for 6 years. I've live streamed for 90,000 hours on Facebook, and I've had people say, oh, that's just a bunch of junk silver. Nobody wants that, Chad. Come on. Nobody wants any of that. All right, let's see what's in these drawers over here. Cracked Lincoln. What the heck is a cracked Lincoln? That doesn't sound good. A cracked Lincoln. Let's look at it. $300. This could be something pretty amazing here. Oh, Chris, yeah, the last Kookaburra, sorry, $125. $125. I wonder if Tim Graham is still waiting for his knife. He didn't remind me. Tim Graham, are you still waiting for your knife? Let's see what this is. I've never shown these. We priced them back in December. I swear I've never looked at this in my life. $300. Let's see what a cracked Lincoln is. Wow. An 1860 cracked Lincoln, 2025 1 ounce silver, first day of issue, NGC gem circulated, numbered. So this looks like a Abraham Lincoln. This looks like an Abraham Lincoln campaign medal. The Osborne Mint certifies that this silver campaign medal was struck from a replica created from the original dies made for Abraham Lincoln's presidential run in 1860. Wow, what a cool coin. So this was struck from the original die of an 1860 Abraham Lincoln presidential campaign medal, and they've made them out of silver. Abraham Lincoln of Illinois for president. Wow, I wonder what the original medal sells for. I've looked into stuff like that before. I'm not wealthy enough to collect the original stuff. Maybe one day. Like the George Washington, remember on National Treasure, and he gave that woman a George Washington campaign button? Wow, that's amazing. $300. It's a 1860 cracked Lincoln campaign medal. I should have brought those out earlier. So an exact replica. It comes in a sheath here. It's NGC and it's gem uncirculated is the grade they assigned it. And it has a book. Here we go. And it has a book with it. Let's see what this looks like. Nice. It's got background information. There's the die. Wow. A lot of cool stuff here with it. I've got several of these, it looks like. I think I've got 4 or 5 of them over here. That's the first time I've brought this out. I can't believe it. I'm going to leave that book out so I don't bend these corners anymore, but there's that. Okay, wow, cool coin. Should have brought those out earlier when there's 3 times as many people watching, but we might can sell one right now. Do you have any leather sheaths for the trappers, or is that a Jungle website purchase? Do we have miscellaneous case knife stuff out? We can get belt sheaths from Case. We can get wrapping papers, not the kind you smoke Jonga with, just something you wrap up a knife, those kind of wrapping papers. We have hats. Let me see if I can find any of that over here. We used to have wrapping papers, hats, and maybe a few sheaths, but honestly, I don't know where any of that is. Let me ask Tanner. Let me make sure none of that's displayed up here. I don't think it is, though. Let me do one walk through the cases. No sheaths in there. That's all knives. That's knives. A trapper. A guy wanted, he must not be watching anymore. He probably fell asleep on me. I was going to try to find him the best case work knife I had. I can't believe we don't have any fixed blades out. Ah, there's the case work knives. Those are the... I need to get those out just to see if anybody else wants one. So the 2 most like workman knives that I can think of, you can go with a classic or you can go with a... well, let me show you. Okay. That coin is $300. Let me get those knives out. Somebody else might want one. What if I done with my keys? Here they are. So when I think of like, Chad, what's the most utilitarian knife that Case makes for working every day? Well, any of them will get the job done. You can cut, slice, stab, whatever your profession is. Here is the first thing that comes to mind, and I will do these last three. I've got 2 black, a red, and a blue, and I'll do them 25% off. This is the most utilitarian, modern looking knife. Of course, case has always been traditional. A few years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, they rolled these out. They've been really popular. I have one as well. Case t-shirt that says they're in the comic room. Okay, I'm glad Tanner's tuned in. Here we go. $134.99. These are billed as, this is actually a dark green. Boy, don't look like it, but I guess it is. That's a dark green. Yeah, I can see it now. Anodized aluminum Kinzua. Kinzua. K-N-Z-U-A-W. K-I-N-Z-U-A-W. Okay, right here. Boy, look at the action on that. Now, I'm going to try to do that again without chopping open my finger. Wow. I could do this all day. Look at that. Smooth action. It's got the locking mechanism right here. Boom. Look at that. Let's do it one more time. Boom. One more time. Boom. See how sweet that is? Okay, I've got that in that dark green. Gornful Tiger Blue. Oh, man. Look at that, Scott. That's just beautiful. Oh, my gosh. Look at that, Scott. Wow. What a fluid. So there's blue, and then I've got red. Nice. $134.99 and 25% off. $134.99, 25% off. Let me do the math. I'm very good at math because I've got a calculator. $101.24. That's taking 134.99 times 0.75, 101.24. A dark green. Boy, it looks black almost, but, and then the blue and the red. Okay. She wants blue. Thank you. This so to Leslie. 101.24. Boom. Who did they claim that last kookaburra? 125. That's the best government minted coin I have available right now. Christopher Allen, 124. Let me see. Tanner's watching the feed. I'm glad you are. Holy moly. Just sold the 100-ounce bar, sold 50 more ounces of the empty mat, sold the Bisbee bar, and then there's the blue Kwanzaa. What a night to remember here at Coletco. Amazing. And wait till this week gets rolling. For y'all knife buyer or coin buyer or record buyers that are laying around, holy moly. And I know me and Danny's going to do a deal on this 90%. We just got to find the right price. Me and him's going back and forth, back and forth, back and to the left, back and to the left, back and to the left. We do the last kookaburra for $115. No, I can't. $125 was the price, because now the other people that bought one at $125, Danny, they're going to be like, hey, why did he get his for $115 and you charge me $125? What's up with that? And now I hate you, Chad, and I'm never going to buy from you again. Christopher Allen says he'll take it, and the blue swirl on the table. All right, so the first thing we got to do is take $75.99, and this is going to be times 0.75. This is $56.99, so to Christopher Allen, and he wants the kookaburra for $125. See, empty mat ball one. So he'd be like, hey, what's up with that? Why is Danny getting $10 off? Christopher Allen's $125, and he gets the swirl knife, okay, which was $56.99. Those are sold and sold to Christopher Allen. Boom. Moving merchandise. My lips are very chapped. I've consumed 109 ounces of Monster Energy drink. Me and Dan's going to do it. He's just going back and to the left on these quarters. Back and just back and forth on these quarters. We're going to get there eventually. Let me see what Tanner sent me here. Okay, stuff in comment. Okay, Tanner's texting me. Hold on one second. Does anybody know what back and to the left is from? Back and to the left. Back and to the left. Back and to the left. Okay, case supplies are in here in the... Okay, there's a whole box of case knives we've never put out. There's 2 tubs of case knives we've never put out. Here's a whole tub of case knives we've never put out. Wow, look at all this cool stuff. Hey, there's a sheath, but it doesn't have a belt thing on it, nor does it have a price. Hey, what are these contraptions? Hey, what are these things? There's some cool stuff in here. What is this? Look at all this stuff. Wow, look at all these other Kwanzas, or whatever these are called, Marillas. Holy moly, we got a lot of stuff. Oh my gosh, I got to figure out how to clone myself ASAP. Oh my gosh, this is like 20 years of selling stuff in this building. Whew. Okay, what is this? Case XX by Lansky Sharpeners, a Blade Medic Tactical Knife Sharpener. Huh. $26.99. I guess this is a case sharpener. I didn't know we had these till right now. A Lansky Sharpener, a Blade Medic Tactical Knife Sharpener. Boy, these multiple syllable words are getting me tonight. Case by Lansky, Blade Medic Tactical Knife Sharpener. And those are $26.99. Does anybody else want one of these right here? Wow, on sale. I just found a literal whole tub of these. There's like 4 rows, and I think they're all different colors and shapes, but I think most of them are black, blue, and green. Okay? So if anybody needs that. Let me go over there where I found the cracked Lincoln and see what's going on with the cracked... wherever else these are at. Let's see here. Cracked Lincoln. There's another one. Another one. Another one. Wow, we bought a lot of these. Another one. Wow, we got a lot. Okay, what is this though? $360. Okay, we're off to a good start. What is this? 1 ounce. I don't know till we open it. We're going to have to open it. I got some information here, but it looks like a bunch of basic jargon. JFK, yeah, JFK. I'm just not seeing where y'all commented that. I watched that last Sunday. I've been binge watching Designated Survivor. Whew. Man, last 2 Sundays I've almost watched 22 episodes. Designated Survivor. Okay, there's nothing in there because it's in this. $360. Wow. Great looking coin. The Odyssey. The Odyssey. A 2025 1 ounce South Africa Bateleur Eagle. I'm not for sure if I said that word correctly, but I have to be close. A first release Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Wow. This looks like a South African Odyssey Eagle. And it's numbered, and these are $360. Wow. Okay. $360 on those. What else do we need to do? What else do we need to do? One ounce gold. I had somebody offer me some Silver Eagles in trade. I've still got to think about it. Or is everybody spent out? Everybody might be like, okay, Chad, that's enough for this week's invoice. Hit us up again in 1 week and we'll be ready for more. I've never really traded gold for silver. I've traded, yeah, on my end, I guess. I don't really trade, I buy. I've always told everybody, listen, here's what I'll do. I'll tell you what I'll give you. You know how much I'm asking. And then we can work out a deal from there. Essentially, we would be trading, but I've never went, yeah, I'll trade you this bar for this bar. I've never done that. Yeah, these have clips on the back, yeah. So, Stephen Parton, to ask your question, that tub that I just found that sharpener in, there's a sheath in here, but there's no belt loop on it. If you're looking for a belt loop, I don't think I have one. Now, this tub is quite ginormous, and oh wow, underneath it's another tub of stuff. So, wow, this is a cool looking knife. Let's see what this thing looks like. A Laramie Sasquatch Miller. This looks really cool. $199.99. Laying in the bottom of a tub. I've never even looked at it. A Laramie Sasquatch Miller. A Sasquatch Bowie knife. $200. This could be really cool. The only knives fit for a Sasquatch. Laramie Miller. It's in a big leather. The smell of leather. Big leather sheath. It's a Sasquatch killer. For those that run into a lot of... Boy, that would kill one, I guess. Golly, what a knife. Limited edition. A Sasquatch killer. There's the sheath for it. Or there's the cover for it. There's the sheath, of course. Ah. What a beautiful smell. It's got kind of like a carbon fiber handle. It's stamped Case Sasquatch Bowie 1085. I thought about a movie the other day I seen in theaters when it came out, The Reverend with Leonardo DiCaprio. I was thinking about watching that again. I couldn't find it on any streaming. I was wanting to watch the other thingies anyways, so. Let's put this back in here. Is there a Rambo? Yeah, I think Case made one before. I think Case made a Rambo deal. I've had one. The compass on the bottom would screw off, and it had like flint and stuff down in it, fire starting stuff. I haven't had that in a while though, but yeah, I've had a couple. I can't remember if they were Case brand. I don't think Case has actually done a Rambo deal before, but okay. Now is the final warning. Now is the final warning. I was going to stop at midnight. Now it's 12:25 because right at the end, a couple people dropped a bomb on me. You know that song by the Gap Band? She dropped a bomb on me, baby. And so we kind of had another rush of adrenaline there. And we've sold a few more things since. But this is the final chance. I got all the silver you could ever want until I run out or you run out of money. $95 an ounce. Except for a couple of these collectible pieces. I've got these below melt, 10 for $130. I've got quarters at melt, which is $16.90 a piece if you're buying all of them. Individually, $17. Why did I leave this out of this box? Quarters are $17 each, $16.90 if you're buying all of them. That is at melt, okay? That's at melt. That's for those that like to stack up junk silver. You fill up entire rolls, you put them in your safe, you forget about them. You wait till silver hits $290 an ounce, and then you call me and you sell it back to me. Morgans. I bought 300 this week. I've got them tonight for 95. We almost sold a whole roll. I've got about 14 or 15 rolls left. Yeah, that would be about 300, I guess. I mean, just any one, it'd be just, you know, whatever. There's the gold, 4,700. That's a bank wire transfer price. That shouldn't be 40. That should be 40. I'm just trying to move it. I bought it from a customer. I paid them 2 weeks ago. I was asking at one time a $200 premium. Now it's went to a $100 premium. Now I'm asking like a $30 premium. So it should have moved like 200. It should be 49 is what we looked up, right? Yeah. It should be 4,900 on the gold for that. You know, we had that big bar, but for 1 ounce gold, that's a great price. The only other gold we had, we sold all the 1/1000th. We got the 1 gram SpongeBob, and that's it. Okay, that's the 1 gram SpongeBob, and that's it. Okay, and then what else am I looking at? I'm looking at oh yeah, these. So these are 40% halves, right? These melt. They're 65. They're 65 to 70 Kennedy halves. And so this is the cheapest coins I have per measurement of melt value. Right now, that's a live rate, 137.84 according to Coinflation. 137.84. I'm selling you 10 of them for 130. And I'm probably, there's a couple people I try to do business with just because they feed me information. Last night, I'm probably going to have these. I'm going to give these to the shipping department. We're going to send these off in the morning. So last chance on those. And Danny, I'd like to do a deal with you on these quarters because I may go ahead and move those too. The only thing I really want in stock for the rest of this week are the bars, the Morgans, and a couple of these miscellaneous items. And of course, the pricey Eagles, which we just have to sit on eBay, wait for them to sell. Other than that, that's the only silver I'm going to keep in stock this week. The bars, the Morgans, I'm going to get rid of these, probably the quarters. And Danny, that's why I'm pretty firm on that price. Like I'm pretty positive I can get that price. I just got to send it in the mail, and I'll have a check from a verified seller. So he's good. I've been doing business with him since 2011. So he cash flows weekly, probably millions and millions of dollars in bullion. I'm going to give you Melinda this really nice 1879, okay? That's a cool year and a really nice looking coin, $95. Anybody else? So I think I sold 18 Morgans the other night, and then I've almost busted up and sold another roll. I'm going to have these for a while, and silver could take a $7 dip tomorrow, and these are still probably going to be $90 or $95. They're an old coin. This is your best bet against a dip. These right here, I still think so let's say it gets down to 85 an ounce. I still think I'm going to have these at $90 and $95. So that's a solid buy on those. Buddy Johnson wants 3. Great. All right, I'm going to give you also an 1879, an 1884, and an 1887. Okay, and then I had peace dollars. Okay, well, I got another option too. I've got these lower grade ones. I got these at a lower grade one at 85. Okay, if you want some with a little bit more wear, there's one in here that looks a little bit nicer, but there's a cross on her cheek or an X. Those are 85, and then I've got nicer Morgans, or Peace, excuse me, at 85. So there's Morgans at 85. These nicer ones are 95 tonight. Okay. Buddy Johnson, 3 times 95. That's for the extremely fine or better. I have a source, 1655. So is that your offer per quarter? 1655. 1655 per quarter. And I said there were 78 of them, right? That's $1,290. $1,290. Wayne Carr on 1 Morgan. Wayne, I'm going to give you another, hand you out another 1879 with great detail. Okay, I'm assuming you want one of the nicer ones for 95. I have some with definitely a whole grade or two lower for $10 cheaper. Most people just go ahead and want a nice one. Okay. Let's see here. I need to, before I ship that, there's a guy, he might be watching, he's shipping us some silver flatware. I need to check the tracking on that. He's shipping us some silver flatware. And I need to confirm, I got to buy that, and maybe I can put that in the same package with the refinery. So, I learned a lot. Great. The education's free. Free education here. I'm going to find a magic number for me and Danny so we can do this deal. I'd rather sell it to one of my best customers than have to go through a lot of... But also, this stuff, as y'all know, is like guaranteed prices, as hot as a lot of it is. Let me see what Tanner sent me. Tanner's got to watch most of tonight's sale. Kind of coin. The gold is a American Eagle, 1 ounce gold American Eagle. So this is actually a little over a troy ounce. If you weigh this, it would show up 1.1, and it's 90% gold. So it comes in as 1 pure ounce. It comes in as 1 pure ounce. If you weigh it, it's a little over a troy, but it's not 100% silver. So the way they make these is where you get 1 pure ounce of silver. Okay? 1 pure ounce of silver. My best price on the quarters, if anybody wants these, Danny's saying he's out. I was going to do $1,300 for those last 78 quarters, okay? This is going to be probably one of the deals of the night. $1,300, 78 quarters, that's $1,666 a piece. $1,666 a piece, and the melt price on these right now are $1,686, okay? So 20 cents at 78 units, that is $15.60 below melt. If anybody wants the last of the Washington silver quarters, okay? That's on the last of these Washington silver quarters. That will buy them. Okay? There should be 78 there. See what they're selling for. I don't know if they used to could just get it. I remember used to could click on here and just buy a roll and click a button and they would have it shipped to you. Not anymore. Not anymore. Of course, there's a million people selling them individually on eBay trying to maximize profit. Okay, there's a roll of 20. There's a roll of 20. Let's say they paid $279 plus $12 shipping. So they paid $279 plus 12 divided by 20. That's $14.55, and that was January 18th. So there's those 38 to 64. There's one individually for $15.95 shipped. $16 on those. That one sold for $16. There's a complete set. I wonder if that included the... Boy, that might be a great price if it includes the 32D. Wow, a 32D's in there too. That would have been a great buy. $12.50 on that. $16. So individually, they're $16 right now. And it looks like, of course, if you start buying 20 or more, they start getting a little bit cheaper. There's where somebody paid $19.50. There's where somebody paid almost $17. $18. These are getting almost uncirculated though. $22.50. So not bad. I mean, it's still not a bad price at all on those. And then what eagles do I have left? Nothing close to melt. I really don't have. I mean, I have these preview marks. They start at 300-ish. These things here. 300 is the cheapest one I have. If you want to go cheapest first, that's the cheapest eagle I have left. It is a first star preview release, one of 50,000 issued. The rest of them are 375, 400. I think one over there is 500 and something. That's the cheapest eagle I have left, and the only eagle. That's the only eagle. That's the only modern bullion I have government other than the 40% halves and the quarters. Morgans. I have these Morgans. I got two different grades. Extremely fine or better for $95. Or these here that are a tick below, and this is the only ones I have, they are $85. They're probably around VGs. Like this one has great detail, but there's an X on her cheek. So, and the ones that are $95, I have, like I said, probably 12 more rolls. Here's a roll I have yet to open, since we've almost sold a whole roll tonight. Here's another $95 roll of Morgans. Per coin, of course. If you could buy them a roll for $95, I'll take $10 million worth. We figure out how to come up with the cash. And I mean, I kind of need these for future auctions, and you know, because I think every once in a while you're going to hit a couple in here that are like $125 coins just because of toning and condition. So I'll take one EX. Okay, that finishes a whole roll tonight. That's good. I love cleaning out a whole roll. Sold to Set Your Fire. Now, I had some the other night for rainbow toned, and people were wiping them out. I figured tonight if we were going to blast through them, I was going to do auctions all night for them, but I didn't know how people would accept. I didn't know how people would accept the fact of paying $95 for a Morgan. I mean, I talked to a lot of like pawn shop people I know locally, and I was like, back during Christmas, I was like, are people still coming in paying $70 an ounce for silver? He's like, oh yeah, of course. At that time, I'd kind of got out of the loop. We were so assumed with records. And then I was like, man, is people going to pay $95? And then I've just seen the market where people's just demanding silver. I'm like, it looks like they're going to pay $95, and it looks like they're going to pay $105 for stuff like Eagles. And before long, it's going to be where Eagles are $125, $145, $155, $170. I'm going to be like, wow. So I guess that's truly it then. We're down to 51 people watching, and 2 of those are Tanner and Otis. That's it. So no deal on the quarters. I'm probably going to ship those off tomorrow. I know I can get melt for them pretty much. And the 40% half. So everything will still be available tomorrow. Maybe the gold, I'm going to get a quote on that. I'm going to go ahead and turn that, I think, because it doesn't make a lot of sense to keep that any longer. I mean, if anything, my investment's going up, but I try to cash flow some of this. So this time tomorrow, or by the time of the live stream, I'm probably not going to have these or the quarters, maybe the gold. Everything else should still be available the rest of the week. The only thing that's going to fluctuate is maybe not a lot of it. I mean, especially these bars here. I have a feeling all week that stuff's going to be 95 per unless it really goes up. It's not going to really go down. If anything, I could ask a little bit more. I mean, the prospectors tonight were 95. 2 weeks ago, when we first got all those in, I was selling them for 88, and then 90, then 92, and tonight they were 95. And I think that's why they sold out. Everybody's like, holy crap, we better go ahead and freaking buy these. He was just charging 80. I even offered somebody a bundle deal at 85 at one point. And so they've went up $10 per coin in 2 weeks. All done. GMB's offered 100 for everything on the table. Everything on the table would be, let me think about it, but right now I would do 125. And that's $125,000, everything on the table. Bundle deal. Do you mind checking your messages? Chad, check your messages. Chad, will you please check your messages? Okay, when I sign off here, I've got probably 8 straight hours of work to do. 2 or 3 of those hours could be dedicated to replying to messages. My text message inbox says 154, and I zeroed it out Saturday when I woke up. So that's 154 unreplied text messages, 18 missed calls. I still got 3 Snapchats to open, and my inbox is pretty loaded over here. That's just me in front of my phone, constantly trying to reply. That doesn't count photographing stuff for these week's ads, organizing records, making flip videos, and cleaning up the store. So I am booked for the next 8 hours. I will try my best to reply to everybody as soon as possible. Okay, now that doesn't even include Facebook Messenger, like what Ed handles. There is no telling how much he has. Let's go look at it. There is no telling. It don't even give you a number. You can just scroll through here and reply endlessly to people. That's just an endless amount of stuff for Ed. I mean, just look at that. Come on, John Barry. Yeah, what if John Barry says, I'll take the bundle, 125K, bank wire. So I will, I better get to work then, okay? Probably, I don't know, I'm going to add it up, but you might see a post from me early in the morning. This might be the highest grossing sale in Coletco history. It's got to be close. I kind of have an idea, but I'll consult with Tanner. This might be the highest grossing sale tonight in Coletco history. Thanks to y'all. Thank you. I'll be back tomorrow about 5 or 6 o'clock. And 5 or 6 o'clock tomorrow will be starting a new week for record sales, a new invoice. And boy, do we have some stuff. Boy, do we have some stuff. Okay, so thanks everybody, and I got to go eat some cheese dip. I was here. Jake Taylor witnessed it. Y'all witnessed a historic night. I told y'all, I said we got 41 people watching. About 5 of them are Coletco staff.